皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は200、267日目です。Welcome back. I'm coming back from break. It is day 267. We had a three-day break. I was away attending a wedding and then added a few rest days, flanking the wedding day. Pretty pleasant. More on that later. Maybe we'll share a little bit here and there. We left off at a weird place actually. In the Japanese section, it's on day 3. New vocab day for the Chinese sections. Kind of neat little bow. They are staggered so that I don't spend a whole day blasted with new vocabulary. So let's hop right into this. Let's review. I could see a few weak spots, just thinking through it in my head here. Do our best. All right. さあ、始めましょう。Unit 68. So, I'm going to do it this way. 東京。東京に行く。行く。And we have our grammar point. So I've decided what I can conservatively think from last time. There was like a whole grammar thing. So I think the most comfortable thing I can think of is we have the plain form and then the generative no. And then we have the phrase to like to do something in an activity that's using the generative no, the nominalizer. Sorry, not generative. Nominalizer for the action of going, right? So take this. Ga tsuki desu. Or ga suki. Works. Okay. Osaka. Kuru. Kuru. Koen. Haruku. Michi. 走る。海。泳ぐ。ピアノ。弾く。Something with映画。見る。漫画。読む。声。歌う。Oh, lots of interest. Lots of interest. MAKU. All. 投げる 得る Oops. Write the object for 写真撮る 絵描く 番号 Oops. Yikes. 大丈夫 大丈夫 下手 上手 多分 思う 頼む 頼む And with these, there's also something here. And I think we're gonna go with like an N5. It's probably like an N5, N4 concept. I think the da here I saw quite a lot. We're gonna review this because we start one more day. I think that might be a independent clause, a clause within a clause marker. Is how I'm gonna interpret it for now. So the two that I'm looking at, that I'm thinking of right now, is probably the nominalizing no for the plain form of all the activities, and the independent clause da marker within something. So if you're thinking of something, you can be thinking of an entire independent clause. So it's an enclosed independent clause, and that's why they use da after something. Da before the thought or the request, maybe. And then I think the thing that I thought about, didn't recall, like I was blending together, is I don't think there were any te forms that were followed by any of these. I think the nominalizer, I mean, yeah, the nominalizer is not used with the te form, so I'm gonna be paying attention to that. And the da seems to follow some and not others, so that is a little interesting. So there are maybe things that already has that thing, so da is not necessarily added to all of them. Like kakkoi was not in the sense, so we'll see. But I think the two functions of these are no, the nominalizer, and da as a form of marking an independent clause, which is very similar to how copulas work, like the des copula, right? So that's all I'm operating on right now. It'll be more apparent in the future. And then this can be swapped up, which I write some stuff like, let's say, Tanoshi. I think they swapped up here too, where you can add other conditions or thoughts, or how they interpret it. Tanoshi, yes. Yeah, we'll see. And then kirai. What is kirai? Kirai as a contrast to ski. Oh, that's good enough. So lots to think about, lots to pay attention to. Alright. What was 67? 67. Taking my Chinese units. 7. Like clothing related? Yes, it's clothing related. 制服。背広、背広。洋服。上着。革。袖。Oof. It's a little rough. Yikes. Naga袖。長い。短い。半袖。100。本。前。海。着物。浴衣。浴衣。いる。帯。ベルト。ネクタイ。Running out of space. Shimeru. 手袋。It's kind of top heavy. Yubi wa Ameru. Sultan. Wait a minute, that's not right. Oh, there, Cozy. How are you? Azusu. You're good? That's great to hear. How was your weekend? Well, did you do anything interesting over the weekend? So we have the generative no. And yeah. Ikaga ii desu. Howdy. You eating ice cream at the... Oh, very nice. Chilled out. Not good weather right now? I see. What is the weather like? What's not good weather at the moment? Italian. What kind of ice cream are you eating? Italian. Two colors as well. Hiro. Rainy and cold. Oh, okay. Aka. Ao. Hiro. Midori. Murasaki. Cha. Chairo. Shiro. Shiroi. Right. 黒。黒い。はい。灰色。Alright. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Good review. Vanilla with some chocolate chips you tossed in with ooh, caramels. That sounds delightful. You snug as well? Snug up? Alright, let's get into our practice here.
温かいお茶をお願いします。
Atatakai. Atatakai is kinda tough. Atatakai is yes. Atatakai. Oh, I think there's a kai in there. Know what you will be when you go to bed in a little bit. Alright, that sounds good. Yeah, I think that's fine. Atatakai. Atatakai ocha? Ocha o onegai shimasu. I don't think I think onegai shimasu is onegai shimasu. Okay. Atatakai. Okay. Okay. 温かいコーヒーがね、飲みたいです。Okay. Fair enough.
部屋のシャワーはぬるかったです。
部屋のシャワーはぬるかったです。Did I get 寝るい No, ぬる That's right.
部屋のシャワーはぬるかったです。
ぬる Sorry. ぬるぬるい Don't know. Don't know. Whoops. Wrong room. Right. Yeah. Really? Oh, no, but I remember saying this to myself, that you can relate it to atatameru. Oops. Nani wa nurukatta desu. Ofuro. Ofuro. Furo. I don't remember the fu. Don't quite remember the fu. Maybe. Not sure if that thing goes through. Oh no, it's not. And it also, it's right to left. Yes. Kuro.
新しい彼女は楽しい人です。
You did a bit more Swedish. Very nice. I still don't understand the common and neutral exceptions. Did a little bit more Swedish. What did you learn this time? In due time. 新しい、新しい彼女は楽しい人です。彼女。Wait. Am I being a butt? No, I'm fine. Oh, that's why I looked weird. I missed a stroke. I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. And the stroke order was a little bit, Anojo. Okay. Ken-san と何パーティーに行きました。楽しいパーティーに行きました。ダニエルさんは楽しい人です。
ダニエル
さんは
楽しい人です。
シャワーはぬるかったです。
シャワーはぬるかったです。Okay, that's right. ぬるい。
彼女は灰色の靴下を2足買いました。
彼女は灰色の靴下を2足 Yes. 2足買いました。
彼女は灰色の靴下を2足買いました。
2足買いました。彼女は灰色の靴下を2足買いました。The N common is living, person, animal, or has a sex, but a lot of words are you learn how are you? Ooh. Are extended from that. The N common. A lot of the words are accepted from that. Expanded, maybe?
高校で先生を務めました。
Exempted from that. Or if I want more of something. Ooh. Learn how are you if you wanted more of something. Those are quite useful. 高校で先生をね。Oh, oboe? No. Not oboe. Work as. I worked as a high school teacher.
高校で先生を務めました。
勤めました。
高校で先生を務めました。
勤めました。Okay. That's better. Yeah. Worked as a teacher at a high school. Yes. 高校で先生を務めました。
その会社には3年勤めました。その会社はその会社は3年3は2その会社に3年2はその会社には3年3年勤めました。その会社には3年勤めました。3年勤めました。I did a little hiragana and remember a little from the last time you did it. That's nice. Oh, so you're deciding to dabble. Dabbly. Solid. その会社には3年勤めました。Bought two pair. Oh. 彼女は灰色の靴下を2足買いました。
彼女
は灰色の靴下を2足買いました。
また
昨日のパーティーは楽しかったです。
ギターの練習はとても楽しかったです。
I was gonna practice a denshu as a recall if I remember correctly. Last time for my current unit actually. You're not going fully into Japan for now. Maybe when I'm okay with Spanish and Swedish and won't interfere with it. Yeah. I imagine, low key. I imagine you wouldn't have too much interference. Too much interference going into the future. When it comes to Japanese.
ギター
ギターの
練習
ギターの練習は楽しかった。とても楽しかったです。That's not what they were going for.
ギターの練習はとても楽しかったです。
Oh, wait.
ギターの練習はとても楽しかったです。
Oh, I missed. Oh, I immediately said 楽しかった. Didn't realize that kata was separated. You'll be using it when you're traveling. Excellent. Is this something you've decided recently, or have you already have you already made plans to travel? I worked for that company for 3 years. その会社には3年勤めました。A long time. Very nice. I imagine it's soonish then when you're traveling that you have decided a long time ago.
ダニエルさんはスポーツが得意です。
What's your timetable like? 得意。ダニエルさんはズボンが得意です。Maybe 得意 stays the same. One can only hope. Actually, let's go look at Tokui. Tokui. Oh. No. Interesting. Oh, that's kind of complicated. It's E, that E, and Yoku. Oh, that Toku. Interesting. Kui. Doesn't quite line up with the characters' meanings yet. It's like feel. E. What else is used in like feel good about? I kind of get that. A strong point. Satisfaction. Feel good about ish. Daniel-san wa zubon ga yokui desu. Oh, sports. I keep saying pants. He's good at pants. Okay. I gotta check my prescription. Even though I just got that's it, sports. Sports, not zubon. That's pants. But no, I mean it uses the same characters but different 10 markers. Sort of. Nah, it's not that close. He's good at sports, okay? Not good at pants. I don't know where I was going with that. Kareshi. Kareshi. Kareshi wa nani ga nani desu? Kareshi wa surfing. Yeah, surfing ga yokui desu. Surfing.
サーフィン得意
Tokui, not yokui. Tokui.
このキラキラのスニーカーはちょっと。
このキラキラのスニーカーはちょっと。このキラキラのスニーカーはちょっと。Surprisingly complete by substituting katakana. この Okay.
レビュー
デビュー
11
11
月
月
ブーツ、
What's all Wow. Okay.
ブランド、
スニーカー
ブランケットは薄かったです。
You have where you want to go, but specific places and combinations you don't have yet. Yeah, that's understandable. I want to spend 1 to 3 months in each place at least. Nice. It's quite an extended stay. Wait. Blanket. Blanket wa 薄かったです。薄かったです。薄い。You have 薄い。How many? Actually, what chapter was this? This might have, what unit was this? This was 3 units ago? Yeah, we're describing surroundings or something. 3. Yes. Ooh, okay, let's try that again. Wait. Yeah, that's definitely a strike. Oops. I can't. Three. Yes, the three. But you're going back to Spain if it's not too bad. Solid, solid. Having something to look forward to and working towards is quite nice. Motivating. Motivating. Sweet. Okay. Sweet again. とても薄かったです。タオルはとても薄かったです。
タオルはとても
薄
かったです。
鳥を撫でましょう。
You gotta finish your degree so you can work. How's that going? Your degree? 鳥は撫でましょう。I don't think I have 撫でる. Although I kind of remember parts of it. 鳥鳥 It's like a big grid. Yeah, with hand. Big grid with hand. Wait. Oh, there's no lip. Is it 3 or 4? It's 4. So I'm kind of getting, it's probably this. Then no. Ooh. I don't know about that. It's not too much of a concern right now. Let's see. 撫でましょう。鳥を撫でましょう。You're basically fished. You basically finished. Need case studies and exam done. I see. You've been sick, so big mess currently. Yeah, how is that going? Did you get your tooth pain addressed as well? Chameleon. Let's see. No, over there. Oh, あそこにカメレオンをカメレオン。いや、カメレオン。あそこにカメレオンを撫でましょう。
あそこにカメレオン。
Oh, actually not にで。あそこでカメレオンを撫でましょ
う。レタスサラダはいりません。
レタスサラダはいりません。いり。Oh, that was gross looking. Let's try that again. irimasen. Okay. Salad lettuce or lettuce salad? Oh, that's interesting.
きゅうり
Cutie. Cutie. No cutie. Cycling.
サイクリング
Cycling.
レタス
Lettuce.
サーフィン
Surfing.
お腹
Onaka, no chance. Onaka, no chance. Yeah, okay. Maku-san, konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Valentine, konnichiwa. What do we got? What do we got today? That's an ooh. That's a w- um someone's name. Okay. We're just gonna go with someone's name wa koko arimasu. So someone was there. Okay, something was there. Sen? Okay. Sen, and then I'm guessing that Uma just be like Sensen. Sensen Nichi Jitsu. Sensen Jitsu wa Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy no oh yeah, orchestra de ikimashita. Mei wa sui? Mizu? Mei wa mizu arimashita. Ne? Wa mizu arimashita. Don't know what that is. No. Oishikatta. Okay, so you ate something. I think. Oh no, it could mean something else actually. Oh no, it could mean beautiful. Oh yeah, that is beautiful. So what is that? Ushikatta. Yeah. Utsukushikatta. Utsukushi. Yeah, utsukushikatta. And what the guzu no guzu. Oh, gutsu. Oh, merchandise. Gutsu no. What the heck is that? Something keen. Something keen wa takai deshita. Kaita desu. Oh, okay. So, what I gathered was, all right, good afternoon, Valentine. But someone was there, so I'm guessing it's the orchestra. Like something dealing. Oh, is that how you say your name? Yeah, wait. Varen. Oh yeah, Valentine. Yeah, Valentine. Da. Valentine. No wait. Valentine new san wa koko arimasu. Okay, okay. You're saying Valentine is here. Okay, okay. And then I'm guessing that means the other day, the Final Fantasy Orchestra. You went to the Final Fantasy Orchestra. Your eyes was watering. Your eyes were watering. Oh, you were tearing up. Oh, I get it. You were tearing up because the songs, that's probably what that is. The songs were beautiful. Oh, you didn't use uta. You ended up using, I don't know what that is, but I'm guessing the songs were beautiful. And then the goods were expensive, but you know, you bought them anyways. Oh, that's funny. My eyes were watering. Me wa mizu arimashita. That's pretty funny. I totally get it. Your eyes were watering. You know what's funny though? Are alergi wa arimasu ka? You know, anata no wa. Do you have any allergies? When you said your eyes were watering, immediately I thought like, oh, that kind of sucks. Mo. Wait. Biniru. What does that mean? Okay, wait. Biniru re. No, biniru re koto. Okay. I feel like, okay, something record. Is that supposed to be vinyl? That's probably vinyl. I wonder where the went. Bini. Okay, vinyl. Wa sanju doru. Okay, $30. Sanju doru to rekoto wa sanju go doru. Takai desu ne. I see. Well, I'm not even sure if that's expensive. Like I don't really know what record. I'll take your word for it. I don't buy records very often, so I'm not sure if 30 is expensive. Key. I think keychains are key holder. But I get what you're going for there. Keychain. You know what that? I thought you were saying kitchen at first. Keychain. I get keychain mo. In this context, that's got to be keychain. Keychain mo. Wow, a $30 keychain. I think $30 keychain sounds expensive. Maybe the record sounds like a bargain now, knowing that keychains are $30. 30ドル。お金は痛いよ。Money hurts. Okay. あれ る気がない。Oh, あれが you got no allergies. Lucky. I don't know how to say lucky, but lucky. Nice.
悪いレビュー。
What song? 歌、どの歌はどの歌が大好きですか? Or should I be saying どちら? No, that's location. Kidding. どれは No, we're fine. どの歌が大好きですか? 悪いレビュー. We're getting very good at writing 悪い, and I don't even use this word very often. Okay, 悪い. Okay.
必ず悪いレビューをたくさん書きます。
必ずね。
必ず悪いレビューをたくさん書きます。悪い
レビューをたくさん書きます。
書きます。
Something I wouldn't express either. Okay.
誰の
誰誰のキーチンはかっこいい。Something. Don't know what that is. Something はバスだそうです。Oh, I still don't know what that is, unfortunately. Maybe it resembles the Buster Sword. Oh, wait. It's something about the Buster Sword. So it probably looks like or something like the Buster Sword. And 緑色捨てる No, マテリアがWhy is there an R there? Something. Maybe it's maybe that was supposed to be arimasu. That's probably arimasu. Yeah, that's probably arimasu. Nice. Junon. Oh, Junon. Okay. Junon no Hema. Junon no Hema to Zone. Zone, okay. Zone が Zongaga. Okay. No, Gongaga. Gongaga no. The character for song again was Ki. Kyoku. Interesting. So Kyoku for song. Interesting. So let's look at this. Kyoku. Ongaku means music as a whole. Uta means song and specifically refers to something that's sung by someone. And finally, kyoku refers to a specific piece of music. I see. Makes sense. Alright. Okay.
ストレス
Toresu.
悪い 頭
I don't think I have atama still. I made a comment in English once about atama. We're avoiding it now.
クリニック
姉は綺麗なドレスを着ています。
Let's see. 姉は綺麗なドレスを着ています。姉は綺麗なドレスを着ています。Hey. It's nice that you had a lovely weekend. I was just about to ask what come of your weekend.
はい、アンドリューさんは運転ができます。
はい。はい、アンドリューさんは運転ができます。運転。ね。運転。Thanks, Yamato. Okay, let's see. はい。ダニエルさんは運転ができます。できます。not yet. できる not yet. However, it's で and き。So, で and き。You just have to wait. 你是拿 something 人我是美国人。你是哪里 Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a different Li. Oh, interesting. 你是哪里人 Yeah. Just putting ya, I guess. That's like an ender, right? 日本語 I mean, 日本日本語を勉強してる。はい。勉強しています。勉強しています。So, Yamato, you know both Chinese and Japanese? Are you multilingual?
アメリカ人は、中国語が、話せます。Yeah, 話せます。Fair enough. Thanks. I'll take a sip. I was talking to someone on Twitch. I mean, on the YouTube side of things earlier. Americans can speak Chinese, right? Oh, that's the can conjugation. I see. Sort of. 我也白讲福州话，你也别听吗？我的父母是中国人。はい。Or I suppose 私の両親は中国人です。ヤマトさんはWhere are you from? Seems like you know Japanese and Chinese. How about English? 你说英文吗？英文吗？你可以说英文吗？アンドリオさんは運転できます。ケンさんは運転何？運転ができますか？
が。
はい。よくどこに行きますか？
に。
掃除もできます。
掃除もできます。掃除。Let's see. 掃除。Maybe. 掃除。Oh, dang it. It's a cut through, so. Okay. Okay.
はい。
はい、ケンさんも掃除。
掃除。
掃除できましょう。
でよ。
Wait a minute.
は。も。
Fair enough. はい、ケンさんは掃除もできますよ。
パンダの赤ちゃんもいます。
パンダの赤ちゃんもいます。Wow, that's kind of hard to. パンダの赤ちゃん赤ちゃんもいます。いる。I was gonna say baby pandas, but it says panda babies.
島、船、
海外。
海外。
I feel like I don't know this, but I feel like it was like combining like the idea of umi with soto to get kaigai. Let me see. That's what it was. Oh, it's the reverse. The reverse. Kaigai. So like outside ocean to symbolize overseas. Kaigai.
カモ、
赤ちゃん。
ヨーグルトドレッシングが好きです。
ヨーグルトドレッシングが好きです。MAKU, you found out just today the price of the next degree for your degree. What's the damage, Cozy? What's the damage? What are we at? Oh, ski test. Wait a minute. Yes. 2,850 pounds. Is that like, what does that include for your degree? Like, are you too shy of 2,000? Oh, euros, sorry. Euros. Yes, Kosi. Yes, euros. Is that like, what does that include? Like, do you need to pay that? Is that the difference between getting your degree with no time? Like you're if you finish the degree, you pay for it? Deflating. 欲しい。欲しい。欲しい。It's interesting that you use euros. 欲しい。You pay when you start on the day you can. Oh, I see. So that when you pay that, you're completing your, like, does that take you up to your degree? Is that what you're saying? The price of your next degree? That sounds reasonable. I mean, it sounds 2,850 euros for a degree? Or is it a degree that you've been working on and you've already like paid a lot already? Oh, okay. That sounds like a pretty reasonable. Yeah, that sounds like your average price. Yeah, 2,850 euro. That seems a little bit reasonable. If you're doing life coaching or executive function training. Like for the certification. Seems very reasonable. I know quite a bit about international standards and regional standards for executive function training or certification. At least from my limited, I suppose, look at executive function coaching. Let's see. Nani. Nani. Dressing. What kind? Dressing ga hoshii desu. Karai. I don't think I have karai, but I think it looks something. I feel like karai was something like this. Let's go check. There might be a dot at the top. Dang it, there's a dot at the top. It looks so imbalanced with the dot at the top, without the dot at the top. Karai. Help people on the side of your pranic healing and flexology. That sounds like a fairly interesting combination of disciplines. Yeah, getting a certification. How far does a certification go in Ireland?
カーテンはダサかったです。
カーテンはダサかったです。
カーテン。西。棚。玄関。No chance. Genkan is something I don't. Genkan is something I don't use very often. Wait, did I know this? Oh yeah, I did. I think I did know this. Or I knew the left side. Wait. Oh yeah. Yes. And then it's kind of looks like door. Nope. Guan. Genkan. Oh, that's going to be a rough one. 玄関。
クリニック。
渋谷に昼ご飯を食べに行きます。
You hope you're playing it well enough. You still have enough time for yourself. Yeah. I would say, that is definitely a prerequisite. Although, given life circumstances, 70-30 is all right. I think I would go as low as 70-30, but I truly think if resource provides and self-improvement provides, 80% comfortable would provide someone that is adequately and consistently helpful to other people. Intentions are good. Unfortunately, intention does not make up for, self-care. And I think I don't have too much anecdotal experience outside of the observational opportunistic people, especially influencers, that opportunistic people are operating at like 50-50 at least. It's a coin toss, rather the person is in an excellent state of mind and in a situation that they're not opportunistically using the platform or using their certification to acquire opportunities over helping others. Right. Like, for example, when someone provides like advice, how much of the makeup of the person's advice is projecting themselves? Like, how frequent is it a self-projection versus an inquisition? And not in the negative sense of inquisition, like it's not an interrogation, but more like curiosity and compassion. So unfortunately, right, you can't, it's also difficult to tell because a lot of times videos and content creation is supposed to be presented as instructional. So there is some leeway to presume that if you interact with the person, you're getting something a little bit more 80-20, like 80% a natural interest in the client versus, I think YouTube right now, at least content creation wise, if the helpful content creation is nearly the other opposite end. It's 80-20, where 80% is instructional, projected from one's own experience. So it's up to the individual, the viewer or the user, to make use of that projected information. And unfortunately, in my opinion, content creators do not have enough time, right? This is giving a realistic take, I suppose. The content creators do not necessarily have the sufficient time or the platform or the interest and the incentivized demand for revealing things about themselves. Although I do have to admit, the bigger ones, the bigger peeps, have largely formed bigger groups, and they were able to like do sister channels where you can kind of learn about the person who's providing the instructional material. Because for a platform to be useful in terms of like help, right, extended help, I'm specifically talking about like lifestyle help and whatnot, they have to understand the person, because that person can't realistically reveal their characterization or have one-on-ones with people. So you would have to understand the person before you can accept their instructional advice. Hence why I still feel that seeking individualized mental help and physical help even requires a more intimate setting where that person is specifically concerned about you 80% of the time, as opposed to the flip side. And when people talk about self-study and stuff, I typically advise or recommend that, do they know the person well enough? As in, does that person provide enough content or contextual subtext to understand that person's background? And then if that resonates with you, oftentimes their advice is most likely going to be germane to that person. Unfortunately, that's not how YouTube algorithm selects for that. So the alternative is, if you resonate with a community of people who watches a specific content creator or help advisor or life coach, that is the closest thing you have to pre-selecting for people. You already help people, but life coach will just hone that more and take your skills further. I can see that if you are lacking those skills, but I don't necessarily think, I'm not sure until you take it to know. I wouldn't be, I wouldn't jump the gun and think it might hone your skills, but it will provide experience, hopefully. As far as I know, those executive function programs tend to, it's obligatory that you're going to be interacting with other executive function coaches, as well as probably practice in terms of mock situations and shadowing situations. So definitely would provide some experience that is in a different context than helping people from outside that context. That's weird though, trying to help but then hiding your identity instead of sharing even though you're close. I don't think they're hiding anything. I want to be specific about that. As content creators, they are not incentivized, nor do they have the time or resource to expand that on a platform unless there's an incentive for it. So I really don't like to generalize this too hard. Don't read too much into it. But generally speaking, because of the way algorithm and platform-based objectivity works, metric-based things, people don't care about the person behind the screen. They care about the products and the service that they offer. So, and the platforms incentivize for the product and service that they sell, not the person. There are content creators who build their thing around the persona, which is a reflection of themselves. That is closer to the thing. What my commentary specifically refer to people who are offering help, as in like offering blanketed instructional material. Like, here's how to develop, but then they make it as if they were professional about that. Yeah, I suppose. That's again, I still think it attaches to the competition thing, right? There's nothing saying you can't, so opportunistic behavior, right? And looking and defining what that is tough for viewers, right? And that's the tough part. Like, how do you develop a platform that you get paid for to support all that extra time and stuff? Well, there isn't a platform for that. I'm going to be very, very real about this. The people who are actually doing this, expanding themselves, right? Having organizing a separate channel in which they reveal everything about them. They talk about everything themselves, like, provided short of DDoSing themselves and doxing themselves and stuff. Those individuals have to spend all their time doing that while juggling a lot of things at the opposite end of things, which does not involve YouTube or Twitch. As in, like, they organize things in the background because YouTube and Twitch are not responsible for, well, not yet. They aren't held responsible for moderating or generalizing or helping moderate and balance what is construed as instructional material for the betterment of people and entertainment, right? I think is very difficult nowadays for younger people and or struggling people in general in mental health to discern the difference between what is entertainment and what is proactively helping them with their dependency. In fact, we talked about this a little bit already, that YouTube, Twitch, all these platforms are creating dependency. They're not balancing that. Everyone is the expert on Twitch. Yeah, I don't think I have once uttered the word expert. I don't think I've uttered the word expert anytime in my entire life. I don't think I've ever used that. I haven't ever achieved a status in which I would be comfortable in saying I'm an expert in things. I have used the word experienced. I am quite experienced in things. However, experience suggests limitations, which I prefer. Experts would suggest comprehensive knowledge, which I do not feel ever comfortable in doing that. Even in interviews and like when I'm the interviewer, the person who is part of the selection process, who's like in charge of the selection process, I don't think I've ever used the word expert before. I think, in my opinion, other people call people who are experienced experts. I feel very uncomfortable with someone who clearly is overselling their position or willing to oversell their position or risk overselling their position. So when someone comes to me and say that they are an expert in something, then it goes to, can you qualify this? So I will be spending most of my time, the moment you say you're an expert in something, I will be on guard to qualify your expertise. That's how I would do it. And I am okay with other people thinking or feeling like I have some expert knowledge in something. I think the title of expert and the title of reliability and trust comes from outside of the person. meritocracy is recognized, not explained. So, in my opinion, so like I don't explain my merits. My merits explain themselves, and then those individuals give me titles, as in they honor me with my merits, based on my merits, not the other way around. And not to produce too much paranoia or like cautious behavior, right? When someone is speaking of their merits, that's very, very difficult to discern whether that's from the intent of being opportunistic, pragmatically opportunistic, as in not bad or good because they have to make a job, right? They have to make money. If they are trying to sell you their merits, sell you something based on their merits out of speech, as opposed to having other people define them by their merits, then usually the consistency goes down, right? Like, the only way I could ever say that I actually helped someone earnestly, like for me, I say I try to help people. That's my goal. Helping people makes me feel happy. I didn't ever say I was successful in doing so. The only way success can be produced is if that other person says I helped them and they themselves stake their credibility on it. So I can only say what I'm trying to do, right? I'm a person who likes helping people because helping people makes me feel good. Do I end up helping the person? That is, did I help the person? That is for that person to decide. And it's up to that person to share those thoughts with other people, right? You yourself cannot say those things without credibility. Like, there's no credibility in saying them, in my opinion. There's very minimal credibility. Your merits speak for themselves, at least in my opinion. But how do you feel on everyone else thinking they are experts and they don't have a clue? Disappointment. That's how I feel. Disappointment. Although disappointment doesn't necessarily mean that I don't understand their need for achieving opportunities and stuff. There is merit to thinking one is an expert if it encourages that person to constantly better themselves. That's there's no, like, it's a silver lining, but there are many who, if you give them proper space, the downside is obvious. The circumstance is that it provides enough motivation while exchanging the potential, right? It's a compromise. If someone says they're an expert and they're not sure about it, but also it could give them a leg up in their motivation, that's obviously the very hardest decision to make. I think there's a normalizing force to it's a really tough question. I wouldn't know how to approach it. I think I've lived my life with imposter syndrome long enough to say that I am not qualified to answer that question, which ironically can be viewed as the very nature of imposter syndrome. So, like, the thing I just said probably represents the one thing that I say I live my life with. So I'm probably not qualified to answer that because I can't really tell what it's like to be an expert. At least I don't feel like it. So if I'm never in that state of mind, I can't really make commentary on that, if you know what I mean. However, I like to think that when people think they're doing well and it encourages them to continue to seek education or like benefit themselves, I think the sky is the limit. So there are two types of experts, even within those experts. So let's coin the term, right? We've already coined the term, the internet expert, right? The internet expert. We've heard this term before. However, to me, I think there's a dichotomy in internet expert. One that continues to do better, right? One that wants to improve in any way possible, right? And then one that thinks it's an excuse to not change. As in, one could go around and say, I'm an expert in this, so therefore I can continuously sell my one opinion without self-enrichment. I think that is scary. So this side is concerning. I have no qualms with this side. I think at some point that this person will in fact be an expert. I think that's neat if calling themselves expert consistently encourages them to improve, right? And that creates experience gathering. You're pushing for experience, which is fantastic. And if at all, you'll get feedback from doing this, like criticisms, pushback and whatnot, and then encouragement. So there's an exchange. You put yourself out there, so to speak, right? This, on the other hand, that's probably a no-win situation. I feel like this is a no-win situation, which I think one of the interesting things that you can glean largely is looking at your community, right? So for those who are experts and are incredibly influential, which I am not, I'm not incredibly influential. I don't desire to be because I fear of responsibility. I'm very clear that I try to mitigate my liability as much as possible. So, every once in a while people come and go. You +1, then that person goes. I like it. I like that. It mitigates my liability while being incredibly selective. However, when you're saying you're an expert and you're an internet expert, typically they want to reduce selectivity so that they gain influence. So influence goes up, right? That's kind of one of the bigger draws of using words like expert or telling people what they need to know, what they need to do. That is a draw of reducing selectivity and increasing influence. And one side will get you to stick with age-old wisdoms and possibly even erroneous conventional knowledge, right? So when you have someone who seems like they sell you a perfect narrative with no room of flexibility, nor cautious effort to understand time and perspective, right? So when someone says something like, oh, this is an excellent product for now, or at the moment, this product is a consistent performing service at the moment. If someone is providing a blanketed statement without the awareness of time and perspective, like always taking like a all or none or always kind of perspective, that for the rest of time, that's what I would be very scared of. Especially I don't think either of these groups are any less effective at targeting damaged people or wanting people wanting something. Vulnerable people are vulnerable people, and that whether they have kind intents or not, it's tough, right? Like, I don't think these people don't want to help people. They do. I like to believe a lot of them do. The question is, what percentage is it? If you spend 80% of your time talking about your own merits, and then 20% of the time citing inner experience and interaction, then I think that's way that is concerning. The alternative is, so we're talking about extents, and I feel the products that I invest in and the people that I spend having a parasocial relationship with, they tend to be the other way. They spend 60 to 70% of time informing and talking about something other than themselves. And they allow their own merits to communicate what their worth is. Actually, and that could be a bias of mine, because a substantial amount of my parasocial relationships are people who struggle with the imposter syndrome a lot, and they're pretty open about it as well. Some others talk about how they can't do everything, like oftentimes, and then they tend to also balance it out by all the shortcomings, like, well, this is the best product I can make now. It has helped quite a lot of people. However, for the time being, this is the extent of my knowledge, so this is subject to change. That kind of thing, right? Help to get something out of it for yourself, like being greedy. Help to get, yeah, fair enough, yeah, instead of genuine help. I think it's a balance for everything, because I would consider myself a greedy helper as well. I say this a lot in transparency, that helping others make me feel good. That is a greedy response. I don't necessarily think saying being greedy, self-help is greedy, right? Self-help is being greedy. And I want the whole greed thing to be both a pragmatic term, right? Without some extent of greed, it's difficult to question. It becomes even more questionable. Like, ironically speaking, if this person says they're not greedy, that sounds nearly just as unbelievable as someone who only does it for greed, for example. So not to be like the most extreme of things. Like, I help people because it makes me feel good. That is something that gives me currency. Now, currency comes in many forms, right? I don't think money is any less than making yourself feel good. I do feel that is an unpopular opinion, because money is more easily understood, in my opinion. There are things that are conceptually, socially normative for payment, right? Payment. But I can't tell you how much kindness is worth to me than money. However, money is a social norm, so it's more accessible. Kindness is not. Like, it's difficult to even quantify. Like, how do you even quantify kindness? So it defaults to money. And sure enough, I'm comfortable if someone said whatever I'm saying is worth $10. I'm comfortable when it says it's 0. That's perfectly all right. For others, that might not be so all right, right? I think the human condition dictates that one must ensure one's own survivability, and that's a very healthy reflex, while providing other things. So, altruism is a human condition violator, as in, I find it incredibly almost disingenuous, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 human beings in all of human history, to suggest that you are doing this solely out of the kindness of your heart, because you are not motivated for self-preservation.
I am motivated by self-preservation. I don't want to make myself out to be a saint, because I'm not. I don't think most humans are saints. I think it's far more practical and helpful to inform people that you're willing to help of your motivations, right? That's kind of what transparency is. And YouTube and Twitch and the general audience are not interested in those things. Typically, if you have a big shiny toy, that's as much time as they're going to have for you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I stream because I solely get nothing out of this. I am getting something out of this. I'm recording for my self-esteem, right? I record these things. I actually now don't even write notes. I don't journal anymore for like bring it back to language learning. I don't journal anymore because I just watch the beginning and the end of my own videos. They're my journals. I've structured my routine around journal keeping. I literally listen to myself, remind myself what it is. Now my videos are auto journals. So I like to believe that some people will find 5 or 10 minutes in their lives to record themselves remembering something, and then if you forget something, play it back. So some part of my practice before going to time is I'm recording these things for myself. I literally mean it. That when someone asks me, oh yeah, so why do you stream, right? So I stream for myself and I help people with it. Yes, I make sure that I can help myself before I can help others, right? So if someone comes in and say, I can help you, it's like, no. It's a selfish request, but you're not here to help me. If I can help you, that's great. If this inspires you to help others, fantastic, right? So that is made clear. Unfortunately, that also means there are very few people who like to help others that will eventually stay for the long run because they are busy eventually going to move on to help others, which is great, right? So that's not a platform for dependency. So what do? You sell products and services that will have them coming back for more later. Like, hey guys, this is not creating a dependency in the sense of not disclosing that. So for example, what is the difference between a product that tells you, hey guys, this is a rolling product, so for now we got all these features. If you come back 3 or 4 months later, we'll have new features, we'll be working on those things, right? So come back when you feel like wanting to come back to use a newer product. That is transparency versus this is the only product you'll ever need for the rest of your life. That to me is like, that's the biggest, that's like, if that doesn't slap you in the face already, I would be very afraid for that person who believes that that is the only product they'll ever use and will use for the rest of their lives. So and I would say the latter example that I had far outweighs the former, because in my opinion, when you hear the former, you are less likely to have people wanting to buy your product or service. Like, even to the most intellectually competent people that I've met during this language journey, they're no longer around. I kid you not, to this point, none of them are around anymore. And the only concern that I have of those people who claims to be intellectuals is the idea that they selfishly think that they have lost the capacity to realize that they've gone through lots of changes, they've gone through lots of learning. However, they can't bring themselves to feel comfortable or concern themselves with the idea that they can observe another person doing the same thing, right? So
they've gone on and, you know, pragmatically used their time to be helpful to others. And I would do the same, right? I see myself in that. I don't stick around as much for people who clearly know what they're doing and clearly are helping other people. I stick around to people who are wanting to build new things together, right? So parasocially, I choose people who are constructing things that I myself am incapable of at the moment. And that's great. It teaches me new things, and so those people who are intellectually very great at stuff, they lack the emotional intelligence to want to see something they already know. And I would have no reservations. Generally, when you move on from something, it means you're not interested in it. Personally, when someone says, oh, like emotionally I can't accept this and whatnot, that's fine. That's emotional intelligence. So if you do not have it, then you don't have it, and that's pretty mutual. I think executive function coaching and whatnot requires that emotional intelligence. Like when you sit there and when you see someone repeat the same mistake, and it makes you want to stop them cold, there's a tact for that. Like you need to understand the situation. Some people are not built for that, in my opinion. So this experience had been fairly enlightening with other intellectuals, but generally speaking, I don't think intellectuals and self-learners, or those who solve lots of problems, tend to spend a lot of time with each other, because that's kind of, it goes hand in hand, self-sufficiency and whatnot. It'll be interesting to see if I ever hear from any of them again. It's a very common practice. Setting boundaries is probably the colloquial term. One sets boundaries. I don't talk to my friends very often, like my closest friends. However, when we do, it's a great time. And then we continue on doing our things, right? And the vast majority of internet interactions are the opposite. They are the opposite thing. So yeah, it can seem like there are people who are in power and there are people who are being targeted, right? Almost potentially manipulated and abused. However, I think it's the natural state of the system, right? If you aren't being paid or pragmatically being incentivized to produce products and services and being compensated for it, content creation, I don't think, would be stable at the moment. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the future. I think it's not like it's new to content creation. I don't think it's new to content creation. That's how like electricity is sold and appliances are sold, or automotives. You sell the car for that product, but you're really making money on the services, right? What was that other one? The refrigerator one was pretty good, right? You sell the refrigerator, but largely it's a service dealing with the refrigerator that pays most of it. Kind of like video games, for example. You sell the console at a loss to sell your services, your creative products, which are video games, right? Kind of nice. I mean, it kind of works well with the whole thing, and it's an age-old thing. It'll be interesting moving forward how the mental health quote industry works. I earnestly find it very uncomfortable to say that, but the mental health industry is a thing now, especially with some very popular middleman services that connect any level of qualifications as rapidly as possible to the patients, right, or the clients, the interested clients. That's the first gen of, or the, I guess the second gen of service access. So downside, in my opinion, the scary downside is exactly what I'm talking about influencer. The viewer has agency, right? Since when does it seem logical for someone who has a problem, who's struggling to find a solution to their problem, their mental health problem, know that they are capable of selecting someone who's appropriate for their problem? That's a paradox, right? So there was a time where you go to an expert and the problem is determined through the interaction, right? It's after the fact. Now, because of how convenient services are and then the normalization of parasocial relationships, the viewer has agency, and now even the clients have agency on who they pick that is most appropriate for them. Now, sure, it does work, right? I would say it's far less consistent than going to a place, trusting their expertise in order to work towards a solution based on the expertise. So I think the area of mental health, especially online mental health or accessible mental health help, is on a different scale of, with the same consistency, but on a larger scale now. So that means the same percentage of fail rate, the same percentage of positive testimonies. So all these services are expanding. The magnitude increase. Now hundreds of thousands of people are taking their first step in considering what their mental health state is because of awareness. However, those people are now empowered to do exactly what they're doing now, which is to select the thing that's best in their interest. Well, when someone is struggling with a mental problem, and they continue to struggle with it, the last person, in my opinion, to kind of know what to do and what to select is not the person themselves. If it was, in my opinion, generally speaking, and they're all like self-selecting and self-studying, they wouldn't have the problem in the first place, right? So where we haven't reached like the third gen, in my opinion, the third generation of executive function help and or mental health or something like that. And I don't think the platforms are able to support that either, where there is curation and moderation, right? Curation and moderation will bring up consistency at the cost of flexibility. So like one must trade off flexibility and trust in oneself towards a system that is held accountable for their qualifications. And so slowly, in my opinion, much like other things like Facebook and targeted ads and all the moderation of health and for kiddos, easily neglected and abused by dependency, that kind of thing, moderation is going up, but flexibility is going down. So at some point there'll be like, oh, that's too much moderation and vetting, let's push it back down. And then we'll get to, in my opinion, humans will normalize themselves to some form. Like Duolingo, right, for example, represents like a 2.5 to 3 generation for language learning, like Wanikani and stuff, because they must reach a expected minimum standards and whatnot and efficacy and balance of stuff. It's still kind of the wild west a little bit. I don't know about mental health though. I think this frontier is pretty wild. Especially how I can't emphasize how popular executive function advice is nowadays. I feel like executive function, that type of speech, that type of speaking pattern is applicable to pretty much everything. There's executive function speech patterns in cooking videos. I don't know if those people are trained in it, but they certainly learn to do that. So now pretty much everything, you could sit someone down and have a subathon, and they would use the rudimentary, like the pizzazz and sensational use of encouraging like executive function stuff. And in my opinion, that's kind of cool that people are naturally doing it, but at the same time it's scary because it's so effective. Like, it's so effective to condition someone to give you money. It's so effective to condition someone to spend money to be part of something tenuous, something that is parasocial, despite using that money maybe for the self. And at the same time, joining in the hype might be good enough to provide that ecstasy or that dopamine. And I wonder about it all the time. It's a great line of thought, though. Great line of thought. We want to help. To me, if I had to do a take-home message from this digression, is that understanding the person and their motivation, since you have a parasocial relationship, is paramount to how healthy you can have with a relationship with someone who doesn't know you exist. Like, literally, like if you don't know a lot about that person, which is supposed to be accessible, that person clearly doesn't know about you even more, right? So under your control is the idea that find someone that is transparent enough in which you have the important germane details, right? If you're someone who is, I don't know, multicultural, for example, it would behoove you to see if there are even multicultural people that engages in these things, and then start there, right? And they might not, that's not enough, material, but you start with as much material as you can, because if one coincidence happens, right, and then two coincidence happens, the odds go way up. If it's three coincidences, you might as well practically be siblings, right? I'm kidding. I'm a little exaggerating, obviously. The idea is you stack your coincidences. So, like, I talk about John Green a lot and Hank Green a lot, but I can earnestly say it's to the point where I like their content because I can write. I feel like I can write similar content like that. And that's at the level of something that represents how much I feel like I'm attached to, without actually knowing what they're going to make, right? So to me, those are the people that I speak about, the people that I resonate with. Sometimes it can be superficial, like, when I mean superficial, I mean we both like language learning. Okay, let's get a little deeper, or add more things to it. It could be as simple as something like we're both male. Being both identifying as a male is actually a very, that's like 50, right? So that kind of thing. Or both our parents are so and so. That kind of, those are the details I look for. I still find things entertaining. When it's entertaining, it means I understand the concept. I know what it's trying to do, and I know what target audience maybe is supposed to feel like. When I say I resonate with this content, that means it's someone I would come back to. I would consistently defer to this as an example of my extended self-expression. So resonance is a key, at least in my opinion, for mental health. And finding advice where you don't have accessibility to the person. If you're watching content in which the thing you remember best is what they're literally doing in the video versus what they think they're doing in the video, that's the level of connection that I feel I talk to my friends all about. Like, when we watch something, we don't talk, it's rarely about the literal content itself, but the intent of that person and how we interpret the intent of that person. I think that's a level of discussion that is required or strongly encouraged to have if, in my opinion, executive function stuff like mental health, proactiveness is to move forward into the future. Right now, it's more like, I don't know you, but let me share with you some general advice. And then someone would say like, oh, this is the only advice you need. It's like, I doubt that. I really doubt that. Not only can you not contextualize the unfathomable permutations of human interest, whatever you say is going to be so generic that anyone can relate to it, but offer no specificity on resonance. So, like, for example, going to a fortune teller and that fortune teller says, I see that you're having some problems in your life. Who doesn't? And then, oh yeah, you had a mixed childhood. Who doesn't? Sometimes you find that you learned a lot and are very good at stuff, but at the same time, sometimes who doesn't? That's kind of how I feel about even the more, in my opinion, well-spoken sales pitches. Like when someone tells me that they have a lot of interest. Okay, what are they? And then proceeds to wait 10 minutes to come up with one interest. I still would take one interest. And then I would ask them about that interest. Proceeds to spend like 30 minutes trying to figure out how to describe that one interest. And at some point, and I'm the aggressor here, so I'm being a little direct, right? This is going to be aggressive direct. So you're sitting in a room with me, one-on-one. I would press until someone says, this is too much. This is too much. I haven't thought about it. This is exhausting. And I'm like, excellent, right? I've gotten to the point where, okay, so this is as far as they went in terms of what they're resonating with, like what they're willing to go, right? This is a gauge of how the level is. And if you want to be aggressive about it, you get to it very quickly. Well, I mean, just now, let's take example. Yamato said something to me in Chinese, right? They wrote something to me in Chinese. It looked like there were some nuances because I like the ya. The ya, in my limited knowledge, gives me an impression of it. But then they wrote something in Japanese, which was something that's very understandable, and it's very classic and high frequency. And every time I asked a question to them, there was no response. So that's an indicator, right? So no resonance, no willing for resonance. So I don't know if that person can speak English. I asked them if they can speak English or read English, right? That's the structure. I think the Chinese had some nuance and the Japanese had no nuance, right? And that's how I go about analyzing people's behavior. Not that it's bad or good. I don't know anything about the person. It would be nice to know something about the person. And yeah. And here's the kicker. It goes both ways. So when that person ever asks me for something, right? Or they ask someone else for something, or someone is asking them for something, I would take a wager that that's a very similar behavior. They would introduce a similar behavior. And that's neither good or bad, but more like if it's appropriate and there's a mutual happiness. I and not discern anything about whether this person is satisfied or not with my response, nor do I understand if their life is satisfactory. However, I can make some slight generalizations. If you are willing to ask a question and unable to reply to a responding question, whether it's too casual or just joking or I'm curious, that is the level of investment you're going to project. And honestly, I think that's actually sufficient for most people online now. That's, to me, is what I feel is disappointing. Not in the sense of they're doing something bad or good. It's disappointing to me that is the level of oh, okay, this is too much. This person is asking me a question now. I should like not respond to it, right? Like out of sight, out of mind, get the question answered. And that's the interaction with YouTube. How often do you know about it? I can sit down and write a 100-page essay on who I think John Green is and who I think John Green is to me. That's how long it takes me, or how much thought at least I use to try to invest in a parasocial relationship. Yes, it's a one-sided relationship, but it's still a relationship nonetheless. You invest time in it. So if you're doom scrolling, how many people do you doom scroll each day? On TikTok, if you doom scroll, I imagine like people might see thousands of people in split-second times. You have not established, in fact, I don't even think you can establish a parasocial relationship that way. YouTube, you still got a better shot, because when you watch someone's video, the algorithm selects for that person's video. Like, oh, you watch this video, you might like this one too, and it's by the same person. So you establish a parasocial relationship, like, oh, I've seen a lot of this person's content. Now, are you more interested? What other information can you gather from the person? It's not, and it's an expense, right? That other influencer has to make this information available. And that's where the dehumanizing part comes to light. It's such a scary thing to disclose your information nowadays, because it's so normal for people to not think that the person that's creating the content or the thing is not a human being. So not only is it deleterious to generalize someone, oh, this is a content creator, so these guys are pretty much greedy and opportunistic, to oh, these guys are very secretive and whatnot. They're human. So ask yourself, why are they secretive? And if you were in their position, would you be secretive? And then do it? Or what is the limitation of your perspective? For example, I could say that if I were in their position, hypothetically, I wouldn't be secretive. And then you're like, oh yeah, that sounds great. However, I would say, since I'm not in their position, I wouldn't know for sure, because there is a high chance the people that I resonate with, they are still very, very conservative about their information. And there's something I don't understand about that because I am not them. So not only is there a probability that I might be transparent or more transparent if I ever get there, or if I ever desire to. However, if I get there, it might end up being the same. So you have no guarantees of those things because you lack the experience. And to me, keeping that constantly in mind when you're talking about what you're doing, what you want to do, what you want to express, what you're going to do, possibly, I can resonate with that. Someone who says, I would never do that if I were them, I can't resonate with that. That is someone who thinks they know so much about themselves to the point where they also think that they can predict the future in which they have no experience in. So what would I be like if I cater to millions of people every day? I would say realistically, it's somewhere between how I am now and all the people that you would say are greedy, very private, have problems negotiating professionalism with the cost of their thing. I probably have to engage in all of that too. And what would that look like? I think it'd be reasonable that I would, in the future, someone would also call me secretive and professionally non-candid, and I would keep things away because a million people, right? Millions of people. There's risks involved. So I think that's the end of, that's where I want to end with that thought. And we're going to continue with our lesson, right? Welcome back, Cozy. All right. Shibuya. Whoops. That's not where I wanted to go.
渋谷に昼ご飯を食べに行きます。
食べに行きます. Okay. For 昼ご飯. English.
花さんはいいスポーツ用品を使います。
Hana-san. I'm not sure if they use the same hana or hana, the general. Hana-sanはいいスポーツ用品. I don't think I have 用品. Sports equipment. 用品を使います。使う. Phone died and you was reading a very loud message from someone? Well, that sounds like a very interesting discussion. You know, phone dying. Relatable. Yes.
新しいパートナーはスポーツが大好きです。スポーツ用品をたくさん持っています。よくテレビでスポーツの試合を見ます。
用品、スポーツ。
Yes.
渋谷
に昼ご飯を行きます? No. 食べに行きます。
昼ごを行きます。食べに行きます。
I might have read that incorrectly the first time. But that's fine. That's why I paused there. Hunky dory. Here's something cozy. I think the longest time that I have sort of like non-formally thought about, hey, maybe I could be a positive force in someone, the longest I've ever done something like this is it's almost close to 5 years, actually, 4 or 5 years. Now, I've kind of lost touch, sort of, with one of the persons, but we kind of, one of the individuals, we kind of still coexist, though, in a space that's observable to each other. So I do the thing where I peep in and see how they're doing, and that's about it. I think it's very different from the conflict of interest I had with 1 or 2 people that you might have seen me interact with consistently for less than a year, right? So over this like language learning journey, those people, however mature they might be, or we shared some resonance and stuff, it's very different, right? And that didn't even last a year. I think there's a difference between someone who want to help someone and what they go to do to get that, versus someone who helps, who trusts that they can get the person to help themselves. I think I'm at that level of nuance, in my opinion. There are people who are very good at helping people, as in providing instruction, because their jobs and stuff, they place them in a position of instruction. For me, I want to see it in action. Like a teacher giving an instruction and then now sits back and observes what they do with that instruction. Not like with a level of trust that there's no emotional compromise. The people that I have spoken to before, it was fairly obvious that they're the former rather than latter, where they are in a position of knowledge and they're usually used to being in a position of knowledge. And when they form an investment with someone else, if that other person is not their equal in intellectual capacity or some sort of same position, they encounter emotional ambivalence, and that emotional ambivalence come in the form of negotiating how potentially painful or ambivalent they are when they see someone they want to help, help. However, it's a kind, selfish ambivalence. Like, I watch people excited to know how they solve the problem. Whether I have the ability to help them or not, I'm excited that they are living in the moment and looking like I trust them to do things, with the propensity that when there's a call out for help or something, I might be available. That's kind of the thing, right? To me, there are definitely a very select few that I surrounded myself all the time. And we talked about this, like, well, what happens if you did need help and they're not around? It's like, it's part of the compromise. I'm not the person who, I understand the risk involved. Generally speaking, that's what happens when trust and respect happens, right? I like observing people, and it doesn't hurt me any. I don't think I care any less by observing them. I know that what I can do is make myself available. So yes, I don't feel ambivalent when I see someone make the same mistake 10 times in a row, because I'm available to help. Not that I should help. And it hurts me because I don't care enough to intervene with that person. If that person gets up, smiles, and can proceed to do things,
it makes me happy that they're foreseeably continuing to try, right? It's vastly different from someone who claims that they care about you and know nothing about your feelings. That is more of a selfish take. So for example, someone, and they're just as kind, I don't say it's a conflict of interest, right? Someone who sees someone make a mistake and they're like, oh yeah, you know, this make me feel really bad in the future, so it like, we're friends, I gotta prevent this from happening. And meanwhile, the other person is showing absolutely no signs of whether it's a negative thing or not, and you try to predict the future, right? And that's still out of kindness. That's a conflict of interest, though. So naturally, two professionals or two people who are compassionate would say the course of action is to set your boundaries, right? You set boundaries. Although in this case, in the many cases, when it comes to internet relationships, the boundary is set by cold turkey, like just ghosting. Which, if I ever catch this, if I ever like get a whiff of ghosting, even though we have a mutual understanding, I actually prefer the direct route. So I actually contact them, right? And try to negotiate that. And that's happened actually more than once already in the 267 days. It's actually happened 6 times already. 6 times. And I don't think neither you, Cozy, or Valentine know who those 6 people are. And it happens, right? There are different levels of care, and you can only be available or do so much based on what you're available to do. And I look forward to seeing how you go about doing the things you want to do, Cozy. It's to me, it's an incredibly rewarding experience, generally speaking, whether you fail or succeed. I like to hope that when someone wants to help someone, largely it's going to be a rewarding experience, whether you fail or not. However, that also assumes that that person has nothing to lose, right? And that is where we went into the digression about influencers and instruction, because they do have something to lose. When you sell a product, you have money and time invested in that product. If that product doesn't have a return on investment, it's lost. It's considered lost, in my opinion. I have nothing to lose. So anyone who comes and goes, those who stay or choose to stay, is a gain. It's extra. I think I said that to someone else recently. Yeah, when you engage in a hobby, it's extra. So that's pretty much it. I couldn't secure the extra. Fair enough. I think being an effective helper and that has a good relationship or a healthy relationship with the idea of helping others is you have nothing to gain. Like, you want to say earnestly to yourself, I have, like, there's nothing in return, right? And I can't even say that because I like how it makes me feel when I try to help someone. So immediately when I have a problem to solve, I already am being paid. I'm being paid to want to use, like, I have something that I can use my time to spend making a difference, at least. And if it didn't make any difference, I start back at 0. So it's not like I lost anything. It was my time to give, right? I don't know. I tell myself I have 4 hours a day. What do I do with it? If I do nothing with it, that's the baseline, right? If I do nothing with it, is 0. So it can go up from there. Now, there are chances where if you enter it as a negative thing, that it can produce a negative result. In my opinion, it's more likely, and you can still get negative results. Like someone could be upset with you at the end, and yeah, that is a distinct possibility. It's going to be way consistently less if you don't give that person any impression that you need something back, that you have repayment back. Like, oh, I'm sorry, like it's already been 3 hours and it seems like we're not really getting anywhere. Immediately that person would be like, oh, so those 3 hours were the payments, so you wanted reward, like you wanted some sort of satisfaction for those 3 hours, right? I think that's no different from being paid to do so, in my opinion. Like, very generalizing, loosely generalizing. I think money is more appreciable because it's a tangible thing. However, giving someone the impression that you're taking up their time, like I truly, earnestly mean that if someone gets the impression that they're inconveniencing me, I should turn off the stream and just like stop streaming. Like that's what I think of streaming, right? If I become a business, then yes, I will tell you, hey guys, I spend 4 hours a day. This is how much I would like to make one day in order to offset my operations. And so far, my operations to maintain this stream and do this thing, the operation cost is 0 for anyone who's viewing. That's the idea. For me, I'm willing to pay to do what I'm doing. So when you're helping someone, what is the percentage? What is your percentage of wanting to help someone? I think that gives a good idea of how available you are. And I can definitely say, I can definitely get 2 people. I can definitely juggle 2 people. However, that's about beyond that. I think the longest so far is I witnessed, I spoke, and continued to be part of some person's life. The closest that I've done in terms of as a consequence of Twitch is 5 years. Yeah, the oldest person that I know is 5 years. We're practically different people now, which is crazy. I think that's incredibly rewarding. Like knowing that person said all right to me, like all the time, and now they don't. It's incredibly priceless. It's so palpable to see people change like subtly, and then you start thinking back all of a sudden, you know, think about 5 years ago. How did we talk to each other? Like that, I'm obviously describing a friendship because I don't necessarily do this professionally, right? So no one's obligating each other to see each other or hang out. So it's really cool to be able to do that. I think observing people doing anything, it's reward when it comes to helping someone. If you don't, like, in my opinion, if one has problems with that trust, it's going to be a hard thing to do. It's going to be very, very difficult if you cannot watch without being anxious, without being hurt, because that's control. And helping someone is to get them to find control, not for you to control them, right? I don't think a lot of instructional material gives me that impression. At least not enough for me to follow the person enough closely. It might be. I don't have, obviously we all have our times and priorities. You got recognition recently for helping them? That's great.
I do the I do the thing where I know enough about the person so I can find out about them without like them actually knowing. Like what I mean is when you start helping someone, you'll gather enough materials and contents like, oh, okay, I wonder how this person is doing. I haven't heard from them. And then, you know, you go and check them out because there's enough public. These people that I meet are typically public figures. So it's like good for them. I actually recently did this. I told myself maybe I'm not practicing what I preach. So I actually looked up 2 of those people. Those 2 people are doing really well. One person, this VOD doesn't exist anymore. One person, I remember doing a 36-hour stream where they were doing a 24-hour stream, but I did my 24-hour stream, but it overlapped with them, and we just chilled. We got to a point where I don't even know if that VOD exists. I'm not sure if they kept the VOD. I'm pretty sure neither of us kept the VOD. So that person's doing pretty well. Yeah, quite well. I remember talking, we were in a daze and we were doing this stuff. Yeah. And then another person who I had an really awkward interaction with. And yeah, they're doing well too. They seem genuine. I don't a lots have changed. Lots have changed. And that's kind of neat.
兄は野球が上手です。
Yeah, that's kind of neat.
兄は
Like here's the thing, right? If these people say they can't bear for me, no, it's perfect. It's a perfect thing to reflect on. No worries. If by the end of the year, some of these people who say like, oh, they like hanging out or they like solving problems and all that stuff's like, I really thought I resonate with them, and then they come back and the first thing they notice is like, oh yeah, see, he fell into the same trap, and that's all they see. Like, oh yeah, and you know, now he's having the same problem I had at year 2 and stuff, and as opposed to saying, oh hey, it doesn't look like he's not having fun, or it looks like he's trucking along. That's great, good for him. Those are 2 different aspects. I think one person who avoids that, I don't resonate with those people. So we can be great acquaintances or colleagues, but I can't be friends with them. Like what I mean is, like, the friends that I have are not at in that level, where when you see someone, you're trying to figure out if they're happy doing what they're doing, not projecting your concern and then avoiding that concern because all you can see is your pain. Like, for example, if like the recent, I see this all the time. I talk about my childhood all the time, right? I talk about my childhood all the time, and they would resonate with that. However, just because I see that they're doing the same thing doesn't make me like anxious or scared for them. I make myself available. It's like, hey, you know, I've been here's my story. I hope you find it relatable. Know that you know where to find me. So if you see something, feel free to ask. It's not the other way around where you sit there. It's like, oh yeah, you know, I can't be around you anymore. Like, I can't hang around because all I see is the mistakes that I've made before. I'm like, fair enough. That's definitely a situation. And none of those people are around anymore. So that's perfectly fine. It saves them a problem and it saves me the problem. The mutual agreement. Basically anyone who has a propensity to want to overcorrect or consistently correct, they're not around anymore because they have no incentive otherwise to be around.
I'd be super direct. Like, they're probably in a position of advisory role, or they don't like being wrong, that kind of thing. So there was a little bit of misinformation. So we kind of like hashed it out a couple times. Like, oh, okay, so you like being corrected. You are being polite when you say that you vigorously resonate with my idea of learning, right? So, and then we got each other cleared out, and you know, that's kind of how that resorted. So, resolved. Yes. Gyozu. Gyozu. Hideyoshi.
兄は野球が上手です。
兄は野球が上手です。川
大丈夫は番号
Yeah, sorry, I had another thought. I'm not sure if I wanted to end it there, like end that thought there. My thought is, if you're resonating with me, then I do not underestimate other people's perceptions. So, one thing that I stand by is that being a reliable person that wants to help is to demonstrate your presence without interfering openly. So if one day your life just sucks and you're like out of choices, which I hope no one has out of choices when the first thing they think about is, oh, it's a stranger online that I meet that I occasionally have. I hope it's not that. However, if it is that, at least I would not mind if I am one of those people. That's kind of like, I prefer it be me than someone who would take advantage of it, right? That's after you exhaust your whole list of support system, right? So if you exhaust everything, that's where help is, right? If not, the thing that I would do is get the person to seek other help. Yeah. Sebiro.
私の姉は泳ぐのが上手です。
Sebiro has neither clothing nor wool. Oh. What is the character for wool? Yeah, it doesn't have clothing. Yeah. The Sebiro is weird, right? For suit? For suit? Yeah, when I first saw it, I was like, huh. No, like this, right? No this, or this. At least that's my first thought. Like, neither of these. But I don't know what the... Oh. Is wool? What is wool? Wool. It would be this. Oh. That's silk? Wait, that's not Midori? Oh, right. Because it doesn't have... Oh, it's not thread. Okay. Oh, I see. So there's a separate character that doesn't have the thread mark. Sorry. I immediately thought of Midori. Midori. This Midori. When you wrote it. But there's one like this. Interesting. Yeah, Sebiro. It's a weird one.
私の姉は泳ぐのが上手です。
私のね?
私の姉は泳ぐのが上手です。
Oyoguno. Yeah. Oh, and I need to pay attention. We're back into our normal lesson. 私の
泳ぐ
のは
の私の姉は泳ぐのが上手です。
姉。私の姉は泳ぐの 泳ぐのが上手です。
上です。
The left side E thing with a dot is silk but has a look. I see. Oh, I see. That's what you meant.
短い。
So far, that's fine. That's the nominalizer, right? I said. So we have an instance of the nominalizer. Okay.
制服。
制服。
大丈夫。洋服。番号。
カラオケに行くのが好きですか？
Yeah. Yeah. That's the lookalike.
カラオケに行くのが好きですか？カラオケ？
カラオケ
に
行くのが好きですか？ Okay, that's still the nominalizer. Right?
私
は
ピアノが
ピアノが下手です。
下手です。
下手です。
彼は字が下手です。
彼は字、oh, I keep forgetting 字 is in this unit. 彼は字が下手です。I should remember that. Oh, is whoops, my bad. Wasn't paying attention. I really need to go to the bathroom. We'll complete this lesson first. We've gone too long. Okay.
彼女
の電話番号は何ですか？
は何ですか？
熱い本を読むのは大変です。
熱い本を読むのは大変です。Oh, this has a look-alike too, with one stroke less. It's part of my Chinese vocabulary, actually. Intriguing. I wonder if they're equivalent just minus the one stroke. Huh. I'll have to look that up later. This is still the nominalizer, yeah. Watashi no ane wa oyogu no ga jouzu desu.
上手です。
明日は野球の練習があります。
明日は野球の練習があります。And then this is the... Oh no, this isn't the one I was noting. 誰が剃るんですか？ Wait. 結婚 I missed 結婚。Yes. This. Okay, alright.
来週コンサートに行く。
来週コンサートに行く。Oh wait, spirit looks like clothes. Intriguing. Does it? Kinda. The left. Oh, I see. It is tiring to run a lot. Wait, it is tiring to run a lot.
Hashiru.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
たくさんの
Maybe we could do it this way. たくさんの走るの Oh.
の
Oh no.
たくさん
Wait. I was gonna do it a different way, but
疲れ
疲れます。
ます。たくさんの
No, we can do it this way. たくさんの走るは疲れます。No. たくさん走るの Oh, they did do it that way. Dang you. I was like, I want two no's here, but I went with the no that I'm more comfortable with. I wanted たくさんの走るのは okay, sure. They went with the you needed to normalize this in order to make it a topic.
大丈夫です。
Sometimes if Asian drops the dot on that. Yeah, the dot in this. Yeah, I understand. I wanted two no's. Just like if for me, I add no's out of pedanticness, out of sheer pedanticness, whether it's weird or not. I prefer to use no chains. Regardless, like I even speak with no chains. In fact, the nominalizer no, like in that case, sometimes gets dropped for convenience. so and then the taksan one, like both of them can be dropped for convenience a lot of times. So like I read into this because this unit has been a little bit weird. So yeah. This weekend you tried to explain the difference between a lot of and lots of. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's understandable. 大丈夫です。How about that's all right? That's all right. As opposed to that's all right. Have you had to explain this yet? Because 大丈夫, right? Because of 大丈夫です. Did you happen to have to explain this too? The difference, if there's a difference, that's all right versus that's all right. 全然大丈夫. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's all right. Huh. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. That's a good one. Using Zenzen. I see where you're going with that. Yeah, that's a good one. That's pretty convenient, saying Zenzen daijoubu. Yeah, the first time I said it, also someone brought up there's and there are versus there's eggs on the table. Oh. There's eggs. Oh no. Oh no. Now I'm starting to think of all the different I'm starting, when you say eggs, right? It's the concept And that is bad English, but it refers to serving or box of eggs. Yeah, it's a concept of a whole. Yeah, so things that eggs is a concept of a whole. So it is one thing. However, that one thing happens to share the same representation as a plural egg. And I don't think it's bad English, but it is a usage nuance. This is a usage nuance, knowing that it's the concept of having a group of eggs, as in these are eggs, as in it's the container, all the eggs are one unit, versus the eggs. And I was about to say other examples, because there are other examples of, like, here's an even more intricate one: fishes versus fish. And what I mean by fishes is I'm not talking about the plural version, the mistaken plural version of fish, like not ishes as in more than one fish. More than one fish, right? We're talking about fishes as in more than one type of fish. Or like person and persons. That's also a thing. Person versus persons as opposed to people. People is a plural of persons, but persons is more than one individual. And everybody is happy. Ooh, that's a good one. Man, where are you getting these things? Wow, I should really watch some English learning stuff in the future. Everyone is happy. That's a good one. This one is, ooh, this one's good. Everybody is happy. I use everyone, but everybody. Yeah, everybody is happy. Interesting. Nice. Wow, these are really good examples. Sakana ni wa. Yeah, sakana ni wa. Also, lots of referring to an implicit heterogeneity between the objects. Yes, and you might not want to put them in a single box. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Happens all the time. And I just literally did that when I used the word just and happens all the time. As in, like, do I mean lots of instances of individual occurrences, or like heterogeneity occurrences, or instances of all the same occurrences? Like, so the whole generalization of a group of occurrences, or a group of different occurrences, or different types of occurrences. Eggs versus eggs, right? That's tough. That's some, I almost feel like that would constitute as more of a, if you're delving into that, I feel like the person that you're talking to might find like it might be a little too nuanced. Like, I don't necessarily think colloquialism dramatically gets affected by whether you mean eggs or eggs. Like, here are the eggs, right? If they said here are the eggs, or here is the eggs, fine, it'll work. The one Japanese streamer often gets lost on is to in go to. Can you explain that to me? I'm having a trouble. Go to. So if I was thinking about like iku, right? If I was thinking about iku, and then we have like ni and e, how could go and to go to get tough? Go to school, go north. Oh, interesting. Right. Because the closest thing would be if you're going to school. And if you say go north, it could also be set to go to the north as well. Which is weird because also the north would imply a specific north. Go north is the generalization. And go to school can be both go to school or the school or a school. But you can't go to a north. And then when you go north, that's the closest thing to generalizing. Wow, that's a tough one. That's a good example. Like when you go north, you're generalizing. You're going north, but if you're trying to specify which north, it's always the north. So you go to the north in terms of the like thing. But school is flexible. It can be go to the school, a school, or simply go to school. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. That's it. I need to learn English all over again. Go home is in adverbial direction. Yeah. Yeah. Go home. Oh man. Go home. That's a good one. And everything else kinda is weird. Like go to the house. Go back home. Return, instead of saying go, instead saying return home. And go home is, oh yeah, okay, that gets really complicated. It's such a simple, like all these simple things kind of get really lost. Go to a place, go a direction, except home is a direction because it doesn't have to be a place. Yeah, it can be a concept. Yeah, I was gonna use house and home. The concept of one is a physical location if you're trying to specify, and one is a concept of home. You can be home right here, like home, for example, home is here. But this can both insist that it is a location, like a physical location, or a concept at the same time. So home is here, for example, which, how would you say this in Japanese? Koko wa ie desu? Like, how would you express that home is here? Or this is home? Kairi nasai? Really? Interesting. Russian is picky about that stuff. Oh. Go to dinner. Yeah, go to a dinner. Or go to the dinner. Go to the a, because dinner, go to dinner is like under the group of go to school. Yeah. So they are promiscuous. It's the and this is how I thought about it before. If you can generalize the and in a position like this, typically it gets simplified to ambiguously to go to school. So if you can say go to a school, go to the school, go to a dinner, go to the dinner, colloquially, instead of doing this, they just leave it ambiguous. And then drop the article. That's kind of how I associate. And then all the exceptions are the ones you can't do this, where they must specify the, or like specify some sort of generalization. Then it breaks apart and do the go in a direction and then go to a specific location. Using the is kind of the grouping. At least that's how I would go about it in my head. Hiding outside is go back home. Yeah, I know. I know kaeri nasai is go back home. But I'm saying how would you express this is home? Because I think this, I don't think I can capture this at the moment. Like, koko wa ie desu doesn't sound like it would capture this meaning for me. Oh yeah, Russian also distinguishes between round trips and one-way trips for every verb of motion. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Neat. All right,
彼は
let's
字
skip
が
this.
下手です。
彼は字が下手です。Yeah, I screwed this up, right? What else did I mess up? Oh, right.
たくさん
Akson hashiro no.
の
Hashiro no wa. This is this grammar. This is the grammar of this unit, using the nominalizer or the plain form of the predicate to express the act of doing something and characterizing it with something else. And then the other unit, the other grammar recurrent is da, using a clause within a clause. A clause have a clause that's expressing about an activity that stands alone as a clause. At least that's how I'm interpreting it for the time being.
疲れ
Skarimasu.
待つ
I do have to quickly go to the bathroom. Got a little derailed a little bit. I'll be right back. It's kind of funny, Hideyoshi, that you mentioned the go thing. And the moment I said I had to go to the bathroom and I'll be right back, I caught myself saying I have to go to the bathroom. I don't think I've ever expressed it in a very long while in any other way. Like, I wouldn't say I'm going to a bathroom or I'm go to bathroom. It's always go to the bathroom, which kind of makes me think I could kind of express that by using otearai, as opposed to like the whole idea of like it's a very specific bathroom. So I kind of like the idea of associating it with like having the honorific o in front of otearai. I'm going to the bathroom. like the bathroom. It's the bathroom. It's a conceptual bathroom that you're always referring to, as opposed to any non-specific bathroom. At least that's the thought that came to my head when we were talking about it. Did they slip in koto? Not yet. But I'm familiar with it now after looking it up. So, at the end of, it was 3 weeks ago, I took a break. Hello there, Sub-Zero. I took a 3-week break, and I needed to discern what the normalizer was doing, like what was the no doing, and then I read about koto because it was in the same context. So they were contextually relevant to each other. So I do know, however, they haven't used it yet. No koto yet. Right now it's just no, and then da as an independent clause marker. Those are the only two. I suspect that I would get koto soon because Duolingo likes to do overlapping concepts. Do you koto desu ka? Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah. Exactly. Yep. I did a little bit of reading, not too much, because I don't want to deviate too much from picking up grammar without internalizing examples at the moment. But yes, koto was definitely in a discussion with the normalizing no, because they can end up in the same position as well, which is nice. Cool. Right? And there's some nuances people were talking about back and forth between them and what. The no koto difference reads like later Chinese grammar points. I can imagine. Yeah. I'm not sure if that later. Yeah. We'll talk about that if it comes up.
ボールを投げました。
ボールを投げました。
投げました。
How are you, Sub-Zero? It's been so, it's been 3 days. Have you started your new position yet? I don't know how Duolingo does it, but textbook end up treating it like legal document. Oh, interesting. Legal document. Huh. I can definitely see that. Manga ga manga o yomu no ga ii desu. No, it's a summer position for next year. Oh. Are you serious? And here I thought you were like doubling down. No, I'm kidding. That sounds reasonable because you're still in university. Wow. They hold your position until next year, summer. Okay. That's a long span. Yeah, what did I think? Work and study. That's what I did. I'm kidding, I'm projecting. But I did, that is what I did. Projecting. I worked and studied at the same time. Yes, that means having 5 or 6 classes and working. I did not have a healthy relationship with myself. No, I like, the more I talk about, the more I reveal about what I did when I was younger, the more it's so obvious that I had an unhealthy relationship with working. I almost now I'm only saying unhealthy because I knew what happened later, right? I'm not saying that I would actually beg to differ. I think Chinese, like if in China, I would think that's actually probably the social norm. Since I'm not born in China with the work, maybe the work ethic is different and whatnot. And thinking back, it's like, yeah, Like, hear me out here. If I'm not in class, I'm at a club. Like a student club, right? Student organized club. If I'm not doing club, I'm doing outreach. And then if I'm not doing that, I'm doing what little ways it's either tutoring or I'm doing the lab prep for like my advisor or something. That's kind of what my university life was like. It's so awkward to say, but I was no-lifing work. Right. Usually most of the time people would think that they're no-lifing their pleasure stuff. So, but I was no-lifing work. No, it's in a different city anyway, so it wouldn't be possible. Oh, so you need to relocate. Do you get a relocate bonus? Is that a thing? Do you get a relocation budget? I was working retail on the side in this random Asian grocery store during your undergrad though. Oh, okay. That's fair enough. I worked when I was legally allowed to work. That aren't my parents. I think it's I don't know what child labor laws are like, but this is to say that this is excluding when my parents still operated a family business, right? That is like off, hands off, like your parents are your parents. But then when I turned 16, like we got a job. That's 16 years old. Yep. Yo Americana.
写真を撮ってください。
What did I spend my money on? Here's a good thing. Here's a good question. What did I spend my money on? It pay off my school stuff. My college stuff. I didn't use that money until I got to college. Or college. So usually you I think the old Americana adage is you get a job, you probably buy like, I don't know, a car, or save up for a car, or save up for, I don't know, a video game or something. No, I just it paid off the little dangling like cost of living stuff that I had in college. Nope. I'll have to use some of the salary on rent. Oh, okay. And that was part of the reason why it was a hard decision between this and the other company. I see. But luckily it turned out Sony paid a lot better than the other. Oh, well, Sony is a small company after all, you know? Small electronic, you know, micro center business, right? And then it's clearly in their other sector, they make this like really unknown console. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's called the PlayStation. It's not that popular. And yeah, they definitely don't make camera devices, you know, just like they're just getting on their feet, right? No like long history of cameras and displays, and there's just no history. Like I guess you're really, really gunning, right? Wishing for the best. Their laptops definitely aren't defective. I still remember when Sony Vios was a laptop line before they terminated that branding. I think they had an elegance to them, although obviously it did not do so hot. Yeah, it lasted like 2 years. It was like a Lenovo Legion move, but Lenovo stuck with their guns and made Legion into a big thing. What does Sony remind me of? A-Trax? I think Sony reminded me of like the A-Trax debacle, where they ended their Walkman stuff and then like had a contest with A-Trax with the whole MP3 versus A-Trax thing. But yeah, the motherboards are very shock sensitive. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't read too much into it. Lenovo. Luckily pay a lot better, so it actually evened out the expenses that would go. That's I'm glad it worked out. Yeah. Sony, small startup company.
写真を撮ってください。 写真
写真は、no, 写真を撮って、
撮って
撮ってくだ
く
さい。
ださい。
思いました。Oh, omoi is actually, I was looking at, I was making sure if we finally covered most of the N5, like N4, like grammar points and stuff. Omoi is one of the grammar points under N5, I think. Or it might have been N5, I don't know, but it's one of the grammar points. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. Amo is sorry, not amoi. Sorry, that's heavy. Amo is a grammar point.
番号
番号
野球
漫画大丈夫
ボールを蹴ってください。
So, a mo, just the concept of a mo, to think, to express thought. And there's a few like grammar things around a mo, like specifically like to, like using to with a mo to think of something. But literally, in English, anyways, to think of something is one of the concepts too. Oh, a mo, any a mo. In general. Yeah, to think of a clause, yes. Yep. And it's in this unit. And the clause itself, some of the clause itself is marked by da as well. So that's kind of how I made the connection, like, oh, maybe that's what they were doing, why they were introducing it that way. This like da to omo. So that's how I'm interpreting this da that they include every once in a while because of a clause. It's to think of a clause. Interesting.
ボールを蹴ってください。
ボー
ル
を蹴って
ください。
Yeah, some of the verbs follow a pattern of quotation clauses. Yeah, exactly. No, that's what I come to think about their examples. The Duolingo example, of course.
多分もうすぐ雨が降ります。
I was wrapping my head around the examples and trying to. I haven't looked up grammar in a while, so this most recent unit was very interesting because I had homework to do. I had to look up and see, oh, okay. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Yeah, it's been a while because they haven't really flexed too far away from like implicit learning. Let's see. Tabu Mosku. Ame ga furimasu.
ボールを蹴りました。
ボール
を
蹴りました。So basically, Sub-Zero, you're gonna have to wait all the way till after next semester. So man, would you even remember your job is next summer? And I'm kidding. That's such a long time for me. Like, am I conceptually stunted now? Why does a whole semester feel like a very long time? Maybe language learning has made every day so dilated that I'm thinking, wow, next summer. Gee. So you have another excuse to skip on your Chinese learning. Amazing. Did you like that? Sorry, that was a low blow. Like that. Now you're like, oh no, I can't. I have this internship. Never time. It's never a good time. Oh, that's a life lesson right there. And I'm sure people are familiar with that life lesson. People in general, we're generalizing. It's never a good time. There are things, never a good time. So you have to make time. or, you know, do it anyways. ボール。ボールを。
ボールを蹴りました。
蹴りました。
面白い写真を撮るのが好きです。
面白い写真を撮るのが好きです。Funny pictures? Oh, it's been a while since interpreting omoshiroi as funny. Oh wait, did you have to, Hideyoshi, did you have to explain funny in terms of interesting? Because omoshiroi is a very common word, so did you ever have to distinguish the concept of something that's funny, interesting versus funny as in embarrassing, or funny as in weird? Because this would be a little, like, this is a little interesting. I had a few questions of people asking me, like, what do they mean by funny as in interesting? Like, well, there are things that can be funny interesting. So I'm like, oh, okay. There's the comical word. I have no that word is, but you mean like it means comical? Or are you talking about the previous? When you say hang on. Kinda happy about that. Gives me more time to fill in the knowledge required for the position. That's fair. So are you going to fill in the knowledge for the position, Sub-Zero? Yeah, I don't know it offhand. I use translate, but that's it. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. I'm like, this is the way when you're like learning, if you're like watching these Japanese streamers learn English, that's kind of how I would interact with the content too. I would be like, do I know, like for me anyways, I would say, do I know enough about like the foundational Japanese, like the common Japanese things that would make me like think about the English in a way that would be lost in translation in English. So when I think of omoshiroi, it's so multi-purpose. I'm not sure if English's multi-purpose lines up with the Japanese multi-purpose, because I would still express omoshiroi when something is funny as well, as in like, that's very peculiar, as in like it's funny, interesting. But it's like funny in the sense of, well, that's funny. Not funny in like, that's funny. There's an explicit word for comical or humorous, and it has a cognate in Chinese with that. Yeah, I'm not saying it's funny. So what I mean is it's funny as in it's a curiosity. And that's why I think Duolingo is translating it into. It's funny as in like, hey, it's funny that this happened. Now it could be funny as in it's comical, or it's funny because it's curious. Like, oh, well, that's funny. Versus, oh, well, that's funny. Right? It's two different funnies. So like it's specifically not the word that means comical. So I'm not saying funny in the sense of it being comical. I'm saying it's funny because it's curious. So that elicits omoshiroi, which is interesting. That's how I'm interpreting their example. Why it's easier for me to say, oh, okay, I can see that. It's funny. It's funny that omoshiroi is being used as funny. It's hard to play the piano. Okay.
Piano. Wa.
Wait.
Wa. O.
Piano. Hiku. Hiku no.
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 Wa.
Wa. 難しいです。
難しいです。エリカは今日学校に来ると思います。
エリカは今日、ね今日、高校に、no、学校に、来ると思います。Interesting. That does not have it. Okay. Like if something is sticking out a little and it wasn't meant to be, you would say that's funny. Yeah. I'm like, that's funny. Or like, something seems a little off. Well, that's funny. I usually say interesting though. But occasionally I can catch people saying funny where they're intending to say that it's curious as opposed to it's funny. Fishy. Yes, fishy is good too. Well, odd as well too. Being odd. So like the reason why I say that is, or sus, yeah. So the reason why I say that is when you describe a person, right, which they do, they would say omoshiroi, right? When they say omoshiroi hito desu, it's more like the odd funny. When they say, oh, that's a funny person, like omoshiroi hito desu, it's more like an odd funny. Like, oh, that person is very peculiar, as in interesting. When you say someone is funny, I usually hear a different word, like a different Japanese word to describe someone who's like hysterically funny, like a comedian funny. And that's where Hidayoshi's going. And I'm like, yeah, I've seen a different word. Like, I don't necessarily think they say omoshiroi hito desu for like a comedian sometimes. Although you could still describe a comedian as like quirky and odd and funny in the sense of it's interesting. Yeah. I say interesting in that regards most of the time. Like, well, that's interesting. Oh, that's pretty interesting. And then when, someone's deliberately being funny, I'll say, man, that's pretty funny. As in, it's entertaining. It's entertaining funny. Yeah, and then we have sus, fishy, interesting is weird. I think the word interesting is it rivals one of the Japanese's most extensive used phrases. The word interesting. It's so ambivalent. It's so ambiguous. The word interesting. I'm like, I want to bond with a Japanese English learner. I could see an English Japanese learner and a Japanese English learner bonding over these things. What's up with that? What's up with the word interesting? And then someone's like, what's up with the word, I don't know. What's up with aru? And I feel like that's the quintessential bonding moment for language learners. Like, why? So it's like a mutual like gasping of experience as opposed to like complaining about things, right? Complaining about things is I can't get behind. I have a hard time getting behind that. Instead, celebrating the idea that, dude, man, the two languages that we share now, what the heck, man. And it's, for lack of a better term, it kind of makes great for humor, like comedy stand-up and stuff, the video, I don't know who sent me that video, the video on the most confusing English word. I forgot who the act was. I'm pretty sure the person was either Irish or Australian. I don't remember which one. And I know that's a big of a leap, but no, it's part of his gag. It's part of his gag. And I think he used the word a non-appropriate word, but it's basically but. I'll let you use your imagination. I don't remember who linked it to me. It was a great act. Like, it was a great routine. How the English euphemism were like, but is the euphemism. But that word, how it, he went over the, I think 30 uses of the word. And I was like, yeah, right on the mark. Right. I think it was less, it's around 30 or something. Where like it can mean the total opposite, and it was so clever. I loved how phonetic it was. Like, he went from one meaning, tied it into another meaning, and then juxtaposed the meaning. It was a good routine. I think it was an excellent routine. I really got kicked out. Actually, maybe I could find it so you guys can. I don't know if it's any of you guys, but comedian. Maybe that's enough. Ismo. Yes, Ismo. So, new and extended version. Hold up. Hang on, I need to make sure I don't. Oh, I might see this later. But this one here, I'll give you a link. Like this one. That act is really good. I didn't see the extended version. I probably saw the original. It's such a good act when it comes to language learning. I think it's a fantastic primer for language learning. Relevant. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's probably like Ishmael or something. Maybe there's Ismo is fine. Hopefully I didn't botch the person's name. Or I don't even know if that's a stage name or his actual name. Or poop and its various animal types to describe emotion. Horse, bull, bat, chicken. Yeah, that's a good one. I laughed quite hard. I don't remember who linked that to me. It's so refreshing. Throw the ball this way. Okay. Ball. I told myself that I would finish early today as a way to, settle back in for my break, but here we are. ボールを投げてください。ね? No. Oh, throw this. Oh, this way. Oh. ボールを
雑誌
Not 雑誌。
雑誌こっちにこっちに
I think we can put it out here. I could put it in here too, I think. Ooh, let's try that. Oh, no, wait. Maybe... Hold up. Huh. Oh, you can't? Okay, so it has to be before. Okay, that's fine. I think you can put it on the outside too. We'll see. We'll see. I think you can put it on the outside though. 私は歌うのが下手です。歌うのが下手です。I think schools is on a holiday. Oh, this one was interesting. This one's the da one. So this is the example that I had to decipher from. So 今日は学校休みだが Agato. What?
が
Wait. 今日は
重いでしたですます
So, yeah. 今日は学校が休みだと思います。Right? Because it's a clause within a clause. 今日が yeah, 休みだ。And then yeah. I think this was yeah. This is where the da came in. I think it's my only example. It might be one other example.
サッカーを見るのは楽しいです。
サッカーを見るのは楽しいだ。It took me a while to figure it out because there was only one example and I couldn't remember the example exactly, and I was like, wait, did it have this? Did it have that? And now it makes sense. Like, obviously I did a little homework, which is very rewarding in itself. I asked my mother to clean. Whoops. Oh, wait.
今日
The swipe left and the swipe right. When verbs are chained, only the last gets the politeness. Yes. Yep. That too. Yep. The last thing makes the error, makes the contrast of everything else. So everything else doesn't need it. Yeah. It would be redundant, or it would actually be not grammatic, like it would be unpleasant. It's something to literally avoid as a tofuku nuance remark on one of the articles. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I asked my mother to clean. Imagine. Okay.
母に
JP streamers sometimes get confused with conjugations only being on the first modal verb. Can you give me an example? So conjugation only on the first modal. Oh, so like I'm going to read, or I'm going, or I am. Yeah, maybe like I'm going. He should go to the store. Oh, yeah. That's a great example. And it's funny that you use the example go to go to the store. Yeah. It's the pivot A and D. So this is a great example to contrast between go to school. Oh my gosh, this would throw everything in a wrench. He should go to school. I'm starting to get an indirect impression of where the trouble parts of English is, like the early, like the trouble part of common English, like colloquial English, where it like kind of falls apart. So in German, the primary verb is always the second thing. Oh, I see. And they just kind of dump the rest on the very end. Oh, okay. Yeah. They kind of just dump it at the end. Yeah. But the second thing. Oh, okay. That's so fascinating. 面白いです。面白いですね。Honey, you have won the prize. You have one. Oh, oh. You have a prize won. Ah, I see. Whoa. That's kind of like a... That's interesting. That's kind of like a mix. I feel like from a Japanese perspective, it's like, oh, I got that one. It's like, where the heck is Hafa coming from? They split it. Huh. Yeah, you have a prize one. Hmm. You know what this you know what this is like I would love to do like a social experiment on how you can recondition yourself to do something that you classically do. Like for example, imagine pedaling backwards to move forward on a bike. You might be thinking, wow, that's weird. Like, why would you ever do that? It sounds like it's hard or something. Like, but if you think about it, if you started pedaling backwards to move forward, then it might actually be not that bad. It's kind of those situations now that you're telling me you're like, oh, well, it's always the second, you know, it's usually the second thing, not the first thing. Like, man. I have 5 times to Japan flown. That makes sense. Yeah. It seems like the helping verb gets like it's like, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of how a time frame splits a adverbial phrase in Chinese. So like say like pao bu, like pao and bu, right? Would get split. But the thing is that there's no conjugation, right? There's no like we're not conjugating anything, but it would still be placed. Oh, actually, can you place a la at the end? Wouldn't it fit like the German structure then? Can you do a la at the end of this? Yeah, right? It would have to go at the end, not the, like, it's not pao la something something boo, right? Or is it the other way around? I don't know where la goes. Sorry, we're not doing a Chinese lesson yet. Because yeah, this is a verbial phrase, right? Pao bu, and it gets split by a time or like a detail. So when you said 5 times to Japan, it would split that too in like I run like from like I run 5 times a day. You could possibly say pao 5 times a day, boo, right? Interestingly enough. At least I think you can. I don't know enough. So I'm asking for a second opinion. Honey. Yes, this is something in my textbook. I'll get back to you on that. All right, cool. That's kind of neat. I didn't realize the German language does that. Interesting. I don't think English. I don't know right off the top of my head if I can think of an English example. But that's a pretty neat connection between German and Chinese. That very specific one. It caught me off guard. It was actually really weird. To me, it's tough to remember that split, that you separate verbial phrases with the time in between. So whenever that comes up, I tend to get it wrong because I put pao bu together, like in English, and then put the frequency after. Occasionally it works. It like, it does both, but there is an example where it splits it. So I'm still not quite clear on when and where. Let's see. Soji. Where's Soji?
Soji.
掃除をしてしてとclean Wait. Oh,
To.
no, it's just shimashita.
Ta.
Wait. Oh, I asked. Whoops.
Ma.
Oh, ask. Tanomimashita.
Ma. Ta.
Okay, and that doesn't need a marker. Throw this ball this way. Throw the ball this way. Oh, I wanted to test this.
こっちに
Kochi ni. Probably not, but let's do it this way. Kochi ni
ボール
ボールを
なって
投げて. Yeah, so it can be outside here, but very comfortably, probably I would be more common to place the location next to in front of there. Okay. All right. We're gonna have to skip trying to complete this kanji section. Digressions ahoy! It's good to be back. It's great to be back.
来る
Kuru. I did have a lot of interesting discussions. I did get to use Mandarin a little bit because there were family members of the bride, who's my first cousin, who speaks Mandarin. I'm not entirely sure she who speaks Mandarin but also understands Fujianese. So the large portion, it was interesting. Well, the wedding was very interesting because it was multicultural. It was interracial. The other side was most definitely English. Hard to say. I almost want to say Irish. Hard to say, but lots of like English, almost unanimously English speakers. And then I'm her first cousin, so we're on the side of the family, and predominantly everyone speaks Fujianese, except if they have a younger generation separation. So if they have a child that is maybe in their 20s or younger, that's when they speak Mandarin. So the table that we were sitting on happens to have someone. They have a child that speaks Mandarin as opposed to Fujianese. Fujianese is very uncommon, like super uncommon. The older you are, like if there are other people my age, there is a chance that they would speak Fujianese. But yeah, so I had a momentary time to speak, but my father did the classic thing where when people say, oh, does he speak anything, I'm just minding my own business. I can hear what they're saying, but usually this is how it goes, right? I sit there, my father would say like, oh yeah, he doesn't speak or understand. And then this time though, I was being a little cheeky because it looks like it was family members, and I said in resoundingly, I said in Chinese, in Mandarin, like, oh, you know, my father only say this out of convenience. And then I swapped to Fujianese and said afterwards, like, oh yeah, he only says that because if I pretend like I don't know Mandarin, it's convenient. Or, and then I switched to Fujianese, like, you know, speaking English is fairly convenient too in Fujianese. So that got a bit of a laugh and it kind of break the ice. I usually sit around and watch them banter because there's a generational gap. Like everyone is in their 50s or 60s around the table, and then their daughter is in their 20s, and I'm in my, you know, I'm almost 40. So there are 3 different generational gaps. So it's very difficult to have discussion other than like business or occupation or something. And it felt really no different. I mean, now all I do is articulate. Like I can articulate the sounds, but it's still the same. You sit there, you spend like so many time hearing everyone else pronounce all the sounds, it's fairly easy to, in my opinion, for me personally, it's fairly easy to get into the code swapping. The code swapping is a lot cleaner when you sat in a room where the vast majority of sounds are tonal. So suddenly you're already in that tonal shift. It was actually a little bit more difficult speaking English a lot of times in that setting. So code swapping was already in effect. It was pretty not as profound experience as I would expect. And honestly, I'm gonna be real with a lot of other people who feel differently. It's probably a really great feeling, but I don't feel the same about I genuinely feel the same about Japanese. I've heard Japanese for so long. It's nice to be able to read, but reading is not the same as speaking and hearing. It like I know that's like, well, duh, like kind of thing. Yeah. But what I mean is the feel, the reward. It's great to be able to read something and like write something. When it comes to listening, speaking, it's like, well, I actively participate in the things I do most of my life. So I watch a lot of anime. It's not like suddenly that experience is going to change. Like all of a sudden. Saying when you mean go and saying go when you mean come. I mean, that's also fine too. Like what I mean is it's only as devastating as you're not willing to clarify. Like for example, there was this awkward situation where my father was like, "Oh yeah, place the red envelope in that box. Like, go over there, go to that table, and place the envelope there." And I'm like, "What do you mean by place the envelope? Do you mean like in that box? Do you mean like talk to that person?" And you know, all that still happens, whether you mean come or go and whatnot. So I'm not being harsh about your communication is what normalizes the experience. However, with that said, again, we had that huge digression about how people communicate very differently now. Like sometimes they ask questions and I ask questions back and they don't respond, right? They get what they want and then they leave. That is very normalized in the internet culture now. So manifying instructions, yes. In this case, it's more like bridging cultural norms, right? Whenever my father said like, "Oh, go to that table, do that thing," and he said like, "Oh, like normal," and I'm like, I don't know what is normal about the situation. Like, so inevitably, I ended up putting the red envelope in the card box that's labeled with card. But I was supposed to hand it to the person who's making a tally of the red envelopes under the names. However, it was already circumvented because my father is the uncle. So he ended up having to present more red envelopes at the ceremony, at the tea ceremony. This was while the couple was interracial, right? This was the Chinese banquet side of things. So I imagine they might host their own Western. It's a very common practice where if you have a East meets West situation, oftentimes there may be two weddings, a Western wedding under like a Catholic house, and then there's a Chinese banquet, right? And usually when it comes to the Chinese side of things, the Chinese banquet happens with most attendance, right? He didn't say the right instructions. So this was really cool. She is actually my first cousin. I think that's my first cousin who married a person from a dramatically different culture. So it's very interesting. Things are changing, obviously. She's my first cousin. So I had to look up. This happens every time when a wedding happens or when we have a family gathering, because English the way you convey relations is so wildly weird. In fact, this happened to me in the opposite direction. My aunt, my oldest aunt, but this is the aunt married to my oldest uncle. So every time I go to one of these things, the first thing I have to review is like, okay, so how does English do this? And then the reverse happens. So you might be thinking, well, you should know how to call your aunt and your uncle and stuff. No, you don't. You actually review all of that again in your other languages. So yeah, when I go to a wedding, I have to review relations in 3 languages every single time. Like my father would be like, so you would, let's see, you would do, like, it happens every time. If there's a family reunion, you need to review how to express relations in 3 languages: English, Fujianese, and Mandarin. So, and sometimes Cantonese, but we don't have any Cantonese people who, like relatives who speak exclusively Cantonese. So, or like strongly speak Cantonese. Sometimes it comes up though, and no one, like the side that the group that I'm on, have no idea. It's good. So here, so I had to figure it out, because now this is one of the 2 weddings so far in my last 5 years of my life that I have I have cousins once removed. That's the term, right? I have cousins once removed. And now I have first cousins. I don't know if I recognize any second cousins, but now I have lots of cousins once removed, which are my cousins' children. So my cousins' children needed to figure out what to call me in the reverse, because my uncle and aunt, my first cousin, has children now, and they all have children. And when they went to introduce me or them to me, they had to figure out what do they call me, which I have no idea. I have no idea. In Chinese, of course. We're talking about Fujianese and Chinese. I have no idea. Last intercultural wedding I was at was an experience. Many of the guests were natives of a nation that has some diplomatic issues with ours. Oh, that's interesting. We just say cousin. It's first cousin once removed. Yeah, we typically say cousin. Yeah. However, this is a grossly generalization, because where I'm already interracial. So like I'm already in multicultural, and you cannot just say cousin, because when you're entering a conversation, no one is saying just cousin. When you're addressing someone, you can say cousin, and like auntie, auntie and uncle, and like shu, right? Shu and stuff, or da shu shu, xiao shu shu, right? You can do that when you're talking about people's relations. They're not asking for just cousin. So if you respond with like, oh, that's just a cousin, that's in my opinion, that's being not polite, because they're going out of their way to ask you a question. And so that happens every time. So it would be those awkward situations where like my aunt would introduce my first cousin once removed, right? And she would be like, she points to my dad's like, this is, you know, so and so, and then this is, wait a minute, what do, so we would stand there and the kid would be like this innocent kid just standing there like, okay. And it's just the two of us like, I don't know. So and you ended up like delegating like, oh yeah, whatever, just old like young uncle, like young unk. It's sufficient. I still use Bao Mei for my cousin who is a young who is my cousin's daughter because she's closer to me in age than her mother. Yeah. I think they settled with young uncle. So we just went with like small unk. Something close to like small unk. That's like close enough. Because this kid is 4. I was there for this kid's 100-day celebration. Like I saw him at his 100-day celebration, which is a ceremony, like which is a Chinese, it's a traditional Chinese thing where you celebrate the first son. I know how this sounds, but it's usually concerning the first son's 100-day thing, kind of a tradition thing. So one of my first cousins from my father's side, the younger of the 2 male first cousins. There are actually 3 first cousins that belong to my father's side's oldest uncle, and they had a son. The other cousin had 2 daughters, I think. So this was a very particular thing. You might be thinking like, oh, haven't I been to a lot? No, this is actually the first one because we, you know, Chinese culture, right? So the oldest patriarchal family, which is my oldest uncle, had 2 sons, and one son had only daughters, and the other son had a son, and this was the son that was supposed to call me something, who I am the second oldest son. My father is the second oldest son. There are 2 sons and 2 daughters. So I have 2 uncles. I have 2 aunts and 1 uncle outside, and then my father belonging to the same. So I am the oldest son of the second son, right? And that is kind of an important thing, like recognizing everyone's like connections in a wedding is like it's an ordeal. Like it's actually the thing you prepare for whenever you enter the stuff. In Western weddings, it's a kind of a different dynamic, but it also has its charm and quirks too. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I think it's fun. It's such an interesting experience because I went to 2 weddings within like almost within a month of each other, and the other wedding was a Western wedding. It was multi-generational. Actually, it was Irish American. It was an Irish American wedding, and like, and then I'm on the friends side of things, right? I was on the extraneous friends side of things, and boy howdy, it was interesting to see a personal family member, like like in terms of relations. This first cousin was my aunt's daughter, so it is my father's sister's daughter, and that's the first cousin that's getting married, and it was a different dynamic, right? Even in an Asian wedding, like a Chinese banquet, the dynamics are different as well if it's a male or a female, obviously, because like I know how this sounds to westernized folks, but it has its charms and pros and cons and stuff, however you want to view it. But the male getting married and the female getting married are very situationally different, and you kind of navigate all these all the time. So this time it's my first cousin who happens to be the daughter, and it was very cute. They even did they did like a walk up, which is not very common. So like when you walk up, they did an aisle walk up, which is different because that's a Western thing. So it was really cute. They had the little thing. The left side is really funny because it's separated. The right side is the groom side and the left side, and then we're in a restaurant, right? There's like huge tables. Everyone's like kind of like ready to eat or milling around. It was interesting. The right side was super conservative because they stayed at their tables and whatnot. You can definitely see the Western influence. And then the left side is constantly like chattering. They're like constantly chattering, especially my father. So it was wild. It was my very first. So this one was very different because it was my very first, of which I was a family member, in which I was at a Chinese banquet, in which the relations between the bride and groom interracial. So there were so many things to talk about that. And you know what's really weird? I was standing in line. Oh, by the way, just so you know, as opposed to serving alcohol, you know how like at a Western there's like an open bar, right? This one, I thought this was really cute, but it turned out it was hard to execute because of the line. But you know how usually they talk about alcohol being served at the wedding, right? At this wedding, there was a boba tea service. The problem was that there was only like one boba tea station, so it took a really long time because the wedding was pretty gigantic. But the thing is, like, there was a boba tea service. I obviously got in line and got it. I got like a, what is it, a jasmine boba with oat milk. It was delicious. But just some of the things, man. There was like appetizers, which that was weird. That's a Western thing. There was catering. So catering's like you have an early catering, like a reception kind of thing where it's before the wedding happens, right? Like there's appetizers and stuff before the nine course meal, right? Before the 9 courses happen. So it was I liked it. It was very white. And what I mean by white is I'm not talking about race here. I'm talking about white as in the color. There was a lot of coloration for white. And white is, in my opinion, more of a Western thing. My first cousin, though, dressed in white first, then switched to a red dress in characteristic of Chinese weddings. So they kind of did a little bit of a blend. It was very nice. Like you could see as you know, like for me it was very heartwarming because I can tell of the elements that are Western and Chinese. However, the thing is, most of the time when I think of one dominates the other. Like there's a core and then there's integration, right? In this case, this was my first wedding where the Chinese is the dominant wedding setting, and then the Western was like kind of filtered in. Most of the time it's the other way, where it's the Western core wedding because of Catholicism and stuff, like Christianity, and then the outside, the other more exotic thing, because I live in the United States and the venue is in the United States. So if you don't live near a Chinatown or something, it doesn't happen too often. And then I've been to a Mexican American or a Puerto Rican American wedding, and it was more westernized, and then the Puerto Rican like flair was brought into it, so it was really wonderful. It was a very wonderful experience. I still, it made me giggle about the boba tea service. Like, they told the hours of the boba tea service, and you have to know that the speaker, the hostess, the one that's speaking, is always on a mic. They will speak in Mandarin first before they speak in English. And when I was listening, I was like, oh, did they just say boba tea service will be available from like 6 to 9 p.m. and then the person spoke English right after. So I'm like, yeah, it's pretty normal. Like, here's what I can tell you. If I go to a wedding not having learned anything from Duolingo, all that vocabulary still makes sense to me, even though I can't articulate any of it on paper. Because when you go to a monumental like event like that, you get used to hearing the tonations and the context. So, oh, okay, this is the, you know, bow once, bow twice. Oh, okay, now they're doing the tea ceremony, and then immediately it's like listening to music, right? You don't know the lyrics until the music starts playing. You don't know, like, you know how, like, well, you might not know any of the words, but in your mind, you can hear all the lyrics all of a sudden when the music starts playing or when the action starts playing. So that's what happened. And it was like pedaling a bike. Immediately, all the Mandarin that I was learning, it only boosted my articulation for the Mandarin, not necessarily like enriching it. I did look up one word though that is a nuance use for Chinese, and that was xing du. Xing du, because I had no idea how to express virology. So xing du xie, right? And that's all I needed to express to that other person. So that's interesting. Anyways, yeah, this wedding, you were super drunk and did firm handshakes with a what? Alaton Etre, and watch as the photographer started curiously following me. What is that? That's kind of funny. I like weddings. They're exhausting though. They're really exhausting. It's pretty cool though.
Kuru.
A Persian greeting. Oh, okay. Intriguing.
彼の部屋はかっこいいと思います。
Weddings are fascinating. They're very fascinating.
彼の部屋はかっこいいと思います。
彼は部屋で、部屋 something. 部屋と
彼の部屋はかっこいいと思います。のは彼の部屋はかっこいいと思います。とかっこいい
かっこいいと
思います。
Right, because this is no longer a clause phrase because of the conjugation.
彼の部屋はかっこいいと思います。
Yep. I ran so far away from you, like currently.
歌う。
面白い写真を撮るのが好きです。
I had to answer the inevitable. No, you mean most of the guests. Oh, I see. What'd you call it? I had to answer the inevitable, uncomfortable question of what my employment status is, because it's a ritualistic thing that you do on the Chinese side of things. I actually I bumped into some of the guests on the groom side of things, and it was like, hello, oh, how do you know each other and stuff. But in Chinese, when you walk in, it's like, oh, so Is that your son? Oh, that's your son? What does he do? Like it's not like you don't enter the conversation of yeah, no Duolingo Farsi yet. It doesn't enter the conversation like, oh, how are you? So how do you know everyone? Like, you don't inquire using an open-ended question. It's more like a guessing game. So it's like, oh, wait, I think I know you. So you play the guessing game. It's like, oh, do you recognize me? Like, do you recognize me? Like, and then when you go and meet the other, it's like, oh, hey, hi. Like, I don't know what I'm doing, but am I in the right place? So that's usually how the I met one of the groom's high school friends. For the record, though, it got even more awkward because the groom shares a name. The first name of the groom shares the first name with another, I think maybe the best man, or one of the groomsmen's name is also the same name as the groom's name. And my name happens to also be the same as the groom's name. Like, what are the odds that that would happen? It like, and then I looked it up and I was thinking, maybe where they're from has a propensity for having the thing. But it was weird when the guy's like, oh yeah, nice to meet you. My name is and then I do the joke, I do the biz like, yeah, my name just happens to also be the same name as the groom's name. And then later on, I'm like, why do they keep shouting the name? And turns out that there were at least 2 or 3 other people with the same first name. That is like important to the wedding party. They were part of the wedding party. I'm like, I'm not even part of... Technically I am, because I am in relations, I'm the closest generational cousin, but that's still weird. It was such a weird experience. Stuff.
面白い写真を撮るのが好きです。
面白い
写真を撮るのが好きです。写真を
撮るのが
撮る
のが好きです。
好きです。
そのテストは I would love to hear other people's wedding experiences. If you guys got to go to wedding experiences, write some notes down. I would love to hear about wholesome things like that. I think weddings are absolutely beautiful. They're hectic for the bride and groom, but man, being as an observer is so fascinating. Especially if you're going to like a multicultural wedding, or like a multi-spiritual weddings are interesting as heck too. Farsi isn't hard, but it has the issue like Japanese of a lot of the vocabulary coming from a foreign language. Oh, interesting. I see. Well, that would make it interesting in a Japanese sense of way, if you know what I mean. I genuinely feel that's kind of something very approachable for English speakers. They get 4 plural forms, one of which is the Arabic broken plural. Oh, that's interesting. Lots of extra. Actually, I have a question for you, Hideyoshi. If you're concerned, like you have a hyper concern for these things, or attention for these things, how many forms of the different plural forms were in English before others? So like, was there any forms of plurality? Right, there are a lot of exceptions, right, to the English words. How many other languages did English come from? Like, yeah, like mouse and mice. Is mouse and mice a form acquired from somewhere else? And then like, you know, like deer. Oh, they're Germanic. Are most of these Germanic? So like deer. You know, the other example. Oh, okay. I see. What about like deer? And like fish? Oh, I think we're going down a rabbit hole. But it's regular in German. Oh, I see. So can you give me an example of something that English inherited from maybe something outside? Was there any like grammar? Has English have any grammar that was outside, say, like the Germanic? Maybe even outside Romance? Outside Romance and Germanic? Or is that a nah? Probably not really. I don't actually know if there is anything. I usually just lump it into like Romance and Germanic. It'd be like Yiddish terms. What is Yiddish considered? Tabun. Tabun. Kantan. Kantan da. Dato. Mas. They're a shekel. English, French word. French is Romance, right? We're talking about like outside. Maybe like something from Pacific Islands or something. I can't think of a grammar, like some sort of integral English thing that was inherited outside, like across the sea. So, you know, we're talking about like, if we're talking about Japanese, right? And probably even Farsi. I like you know, across the world kind of deal. Like katakana, right? An English word is really juxtaposed when it comes to Japanese. But outside of that, I don't think outside there's no like fundamental that I don't think Japanese have anything fundamentals inherited, but outside of just borrowed words. Although the katakana I would want to qualify as a Japanese take on English words. I don't think there's an English facsimile of it other than just taking the word. As a teaser, I say Spanish have few words from the Moorish conquest. Interesting. I think like cotton and sugar are Arabic. Oh, okay. Alcohol? Huh. Intriguing. I don't want to give anyone the false impression. I think asking and learning a few things here and there is very interesting. I'm probably not going to go out of my way to like end up being like a etymology, like into going into etymology or anything. I like talking about these. Almas. I have no idea. Is that Chen? No, is it Sen? Oh no, I don't remember if. What is C's? Is it a Ch? Is it a S? Alma Sen. Okay. Okay. Nice.
泳ぐ
Oyogu. Final E needs an accent. Almacen. Oh, almacen.
Hashi.
She. You gotta love those accents.
走る
We're having too much great discussions about language.
走る
Shiru.
読む。メートル。
Metoru. NS vowels, the stress is on the penultimate. Yeah, penultimate. Yep. Otherwise, it's the final. I think we went over pronunciation. We went over pronunciation priorities in the second year. Or second semester actually. Well, second semester in college. So with it, as long as adherence, it covers like 90+%, which is very nice compared to, you know, pitch accent. Yeah, and then single syllable words, it's dealer's choice. Yep. Yeah, so some of the classic generalized rules. I kind of it was one of those things that made me shift from conjugation. I mean, like, made my attention shift from pronunciation to conjugation. So like at first it was like, oh yeah, pronunciation, you gotta do this. Then we went over the pronunciation rules, and then conjugation became the point of interest. So I really like conjugation because you got more things, and this became a little bit more automatic. Mas, no accent, is archaic, but French cognate. Nice. De Don Quixote. Wait. The Don Quixote. Oh, wait. Are you combining? Oh no, the parentheses. Is that a full phrase? French? Or cognate? Okay. I see English words. So cognate. Okay. See Don Quixote. No. I know what Don Quixote is. We had to read Don Quixote. But now I'm not sure which ones are English words and which ones are referring to things. So I was making sure that C is the English word C and not like if that's a word in like French or something. Okay. Nice. Interesting.
私 ピアノ
Yeah, it'd be very tough to learn Spanish for a couple years without knowing Don Quixote. That's kind of like what's a facsimile of Don Quixote? Maybe like for Americans, like Shakespeare. Like not reading Romeo and Juliet or like Macbeth or something. Spanish has a, I don't know what to do, but you'll see that like once in, I don't know what a diaresis. El penguin. Oh wow, I didn't know those things existed. Interesting. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Pinguino. Oh. And is the accent on that? Is it E? So I placed it on the E, but... Oh, is pingui. Oh, pinguino. Oh, no, okay. Eat. Penguin, huh?
私は
Piano ga
です
下手です. I think I'm learning a little too much right now. You'll have to save some of this, okay? You gotta save some of the Spanish for later. It goes on the E. Okay, on the, yeah, on the I, yeah. Makes it explicit it's not a diphthong. Ah, okay. So you don't do the guino. It's just pinguino. Okay. That's kind of neat. More on that later, right? Future. Spanish or vanish, folks. Spanish or vanish. Spanish.
紙
Kami.
メートル
泳ぐ図書館
グラム母に掃除をしてと頼みました。母
Cozy is gonna have a field day when we start Spanish. I might have to actually vanish. I'm gonna make a sign. I'm gonna make a sign, and it's just gonna write it's just gonna have vanish on it. So every time Cozy pops up, and I'm like learning Spanish, I'm just gonna put up the sign and put it right over the cam and just pretend like I'm not there. I'm kidding.
母に掃除をしてと頼みました。
母に掃除。
掃除。
掃除。掃除をして。して。してと。してと。頼みました。
頼ました。
図書館。豚肉。グラム。ボタン。
ボタン。Gotta resist saying バトン。ボタン。野球。He's not here. I guess I'll see myself out then. Good old Spanish advantage.
田中。
田中先生。田中さんは
テニス
をしてNo, テニスはねする Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. テニスをするのが
上手
です。私の妹はたくさん漫画を読みます。
私は妹はたくさん漫画を読みます。妹はたくさん漫画を読みます。Comic books. Duolingo. That's some thin ice. Where are you going with those thongs? What was that song? Oh no. I don't want to talk about it. I'm thinking about a song now. Dude, we might get muted. Might get canceled for it, so we're not gonna talk about it.
時間
行くだ。
行くだ。
Oh, the other way. 行く時間だ。
来週大丈夫ですか？
That's the wrong order. 来週大丈夫ですか？
これは先生の字です。
これは先生の字です。
時間行くだ。
Almost did it again. Alright. That's the end of our Japanese. We'll skip this. Call it. We're on 69. Oh, we're back to talking about classes again. Real talk. Oh, which by the way, progress report, guys. Unit 76 is when we get our first story blip right here. Right? So we're getting closer. You know? We're on unit 69, so that's still like 21 days away, but you know, there's that. That's actually something that I have not experienced yet. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for Japanese today. And we kinda, I sorted out what da is being used and and the normalizer no. So that'll go in our back pocket with all the other ones. Grammar is fairly memorable because you have to go out of your way to look at grammar sources, and all that effort, in my opinion, the effort in like looking at threads and stuff, it basically becomes internalized through that process, as opposed to like passive, as opposed to like SRSing, that type of thing. Yeah, fairly nice. Not bad. First day back. Yeah. So we had a lot of discussion today. I genuinely think the whole thing about helping people, it's always worth reminding yourself, chatting with other people. I think talking with other people who like helping other people is genuinely a great coffee table thing. Like, I want to paint a picture, right? The thing that really made me enjoy doing like outreach and whatnot is the idea that when you go and do something, you get reminded that you're not alone. And what I mean by that is, for both the people who are helping, an appreciation for the people who are willing to help, and also the people who want help. It's a very different story here, right? Because outreach and like the type of help that I often are involved in is towards people who want help, not necessarily the same as people who need help. However, when my experience about people who need help, I'm often part of an organization or a group, and that type of experience is amazing too, knowing that for whatever their circumstances are, and I still think there are a lot of people who volunteer to have it's more catharsis for themselves, as in it makes them feel good as well. So, and then you have your whole walks of life kind of thing. It's really palpable when you're also engaged in a group thing. Sometimes I want to echo, I obviously use Hank Green a lot and John Green a lot. Sometimes it's incredibly humbling when you become more than yourself. When you're making something happen, you become a part of something bigger, right? And yeah, being in, I don't necessarily think there's a big distinction between someone who finds satisfaction doing things by themselves and taking, shouldering the universe and stuff. But man, it is, when you reach that situation, it is incredibly humbling how people can come together and do just that, only on a larger scale. So I'm thinking to like a recent vlog post by John about his like fight against tuberculosis and stuff, this little thing, and his new book about tuberculosis. It's kind of his thing, where like generosity meets generosity invigorates both ways. The helper becomes greater, and the person who is enabled, the person who may want help, becomes greater, and in turn may become part of the helper, right? And that's just the reverse of an infection, in my opinion. So recruitment and stuff goes a long way in that situation. I volunteer every year at Otakon, not because necessarily because of the context, right? Yes, Otakon is an expression of anime, Japanese like celebratory, but I genuinely like being around people who are doing the work and no one asked. Quite literally, though, everyone's a volunteer, so no one asked. They all have their motivations, incentives or cutting costs, but still trying to balance everything. In the end, is no one asked. And then those people who come, they didn't ask for that. They expected that. So it's one of those things, like, you get help and you get thank yous when really no one asked. And that, to me, encapsulates the truest and bluest reward of helping people. And obviously, I have a giant bias here. I don't intervene unless it's dire. And that's what I wanted to clarify about all my commentary. My commentary is largely talking about situations. I don't get involved directly in helping people unless asked. So, making myself available in any possible way is how these things are possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't interact with anyone. So if it's a silver lining, some people will say, well, if you don't ever get involved in something, your impact might be diminished. It's like, yes, absolutely. However, if I go around telling people like I can help anyone, I wouldn't. There's a chance you might end up helping no one, or there's a chance you might be so divided, right? So the idea is, I do a pre-selection. If someone asks, you have my undivided attention. If I feel like something is of concern, it's gonna be indirect communication. Like, you know where to find me. Like, you know, I talk about these things. I ask questions. I think sometimes you don't even need to help a person if they can help themselves. So I beg to differ among a lot of people who are so used to corrective behavior. I think there's so much corrective behavior so quickly that even when you're helping someone, they don't feel like they're in control. I think that's probably the last statement I want to make as a as a general awareness thing. When you help someone, you have to ask, in my opinion, I tend to ask myself, are you controlling the situation? Or are they controlling the situation? Helping, in both cases, you're helping the person, right? I think, in me, I'm a little partial to the idea that if someone is helping themselves and you're a vehicle in that, that is a skill and that is an experience for a lifetime. It's not gratifying. You might not even be thought of as the person, but seeing that person thrive on their own merits, whether they recognize it or not, it's like, it's almost feel even better if they didn't. It almost feels, I'm at the point where it feels like there's less drama and I feel more rewarded if I could do it without them knowing at all. Like watching them just go about their things so they're not ever burdened with the task of paying back someone. I really have problems with that. Where like, oh, if you pay me back, then I'm going to return it again, and then you're going to return it again. And yeah, it's a source for a lot of people's friendships. However, I don't help my friends because we're like constantly in this who can one up each other. Then it becomes a competition in the opposite direction, right? And that can be really healthy. Not for me though. I'm not here to be a competitor, right? Like, a competition can go both ways. What you get in return for compensation versus who did better at helping each other. I'm indifferent to that too. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, well, I can do this for you. And I'm not competing for your affection, right? At least I don't want to compete with anyone for anyone's affection. At least I try to keep it mitigated. If helping someone increases their appreciation for me, that's fair enough, but I don't expect to be appreciated for that. I think in the end of the run, if someone absolutely needs help and they're asking me for help, the last thing I want them to leave away with is they're only healthy because of me. That's, in my opinion, a telltale sign that you did too much. I know how that sounds, But to me, they should be thinking, I did a lot too, right? With the help of someone, I was able to help myself. So in a way, it would be almost natural for someone to not think of you as the core catalyst. It's still appreciated, right, if someone recognizes that. However, when someone approaches you and they ask for help, they're already in a really dire situation where they feel like they have no control, right, of anything. And when they leave an experience with you and they say, well, I did all of these things, it's probably the first time they've said that in probably from their eyes, they probably didn't remember the last time they felt that they were competent enough to solve their own problems. So when someone says, this is a bittersweet moment, when someone like says, oh, I use this service, like whatever the service is, and they helped me a lot, they got me through all these things, I'm like, but what did you do with their help, right? It should be, in my opinion, a more assuring when someone says, oh, I got through this with the help of someone. I managed to do all these things with aid from another person. So then it would be more in line with the idea that this person can help themselves now. And that is the kind of the message that I like to echo, the occasional influencer or expert who isn't selling a service. Their goal is to make you independent, not dependent. Owing people things, that's great. I mean, like, that's great to be like responsible or wanting to pay people back. I think it comes second, because in my opinion, if you're already focused on owing someone something while you're getting help and trying to build yourself up, the last thing you want to do is worry about paying someone back. You make it first, right? And no inconvenience to me. Like I feel like if someone is trying to help you, the last thing you have to do is make sure that you recognize that they're helping you. In my opinion, because if I'm helping you, the whole point of it is that I'm here to give you my time and give you my effort. Do not apologize for it. You take it. You take the help because you asked for help, right? At least in my opinion, if someone was asking for something in return and you're like in dire straits, I would be a little worried about the person's intention of helping you. So that's personally my take on it. Obviously, you take any help you can get if you need help, right? Absolutely. So take it, go with it. I'm thinking of more of an ideal case. When you ask someone for help and the person you're asking for, the first thing I would think of is, I can ask this person for help, and the last thing I will ever have to worry about is inconveniencing them and having to pay them back. Those are your closest friends. They are your family member. They are your siblings. Hopefully, at least those things, right? And I think there are strangers out there, hopefully more strangers out there, and other people who are willing to do that while mitigating their need for return. That's an ideal case. So in a more realistic world, I think money is definitely on the lower end of cost for being healthy for your foreseeable life in the future. So yeah, I would put a value if paying $100 gets you a healthy relationship with yourself for your foreseeable life. Money is of no consequence, in my opinion. It's negligible of consequence. So when you can do that as a person, right? As a person, that's so gratifying. I think that's more than enough. Anyways, and then you never know. They could be superstars, and I think this is very romantic because I'm privileged, so I don't want to give people the idea you have to make money somehow if it's your profession. For me, the best reward I would ever be able to receive, I'm only speaking for myself, the best reward that I would ever see is that that person becomes a superstar. It becomes the best thing that they can be. That's the most poetic reward you can give someone. And then show it, right? Like, oh, hey, thought I'd come back and like, hey, now I'm a viral influencer who offers transparency based on this. Like, you keep doing that. Thank you for sharing this. It means the world to me. That's it, right? A 10-minute conversation maybe, and you got it. So I let that little like nice little thought in mind. There are a few examples of this in my life already, but I would love to see more, right? Okay. All right, until then, right? End of unit 68. Thank you for hanging out and chilling, and we got a lot of extra language discussions in. Yeah, so until tomorrow. Tomorrow it's gonna be a longer session, so tomorrow is the launch day of Neverwinter's module 30, so I'm gonna be doing like a little longer session before we hit Japanese. So we're gonna start early. Hopefully I get to start early tomorrow. There might be a chance that we might take a bye day on tomorrow. So Tuesday, tomorrow, we might not come back for unit 69. I know, 69. And then I'll take like one day of the week off from Duolingo. I know that sounds blasphemous at this point. However, I think we've gotten into the cadence where I can separate we don't have to consecutive. So I haven't decided yet if tomorrow is just going to be dedicated to Neverwinter, which is Tuesday for me, and then the following 9 Mondays we'll take a bye day from language learning. I'll like do a lesson to keep up the streak or something, but we'll see how it works out. If I don't get up early tomorrow, right? These sessions are a wee bit too long. Yeah, play it by ear. Until then, right? Mata ne, ja ne, minasan. I'm gonna get up, get some glucose. I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. Thank you.